to the fourth day Gold of Gold West Africa. It's going to be another day of, it's been a week so far of learning so much about the new, the old, and the future of the gold industry and how it affects the rest of the world and all other industries. My name is Bolaji Oyewale. I'm the senior partner for Feng Shui Capital in Nigeria. We're based out of Singapore, Panama, and now Nigeria. Today's sessions will be focused on gold in a digital world, cryptocurrency, innovation, and retail. The beauty of gold in today's world is that it's it's gone from being just a metal used for jewelry and as a store of value to an actual asset that is now that cuts across many different industries. In today's sessions, we'll see us talking through gold from where it has come from to the new frontiers in gold, in that the new levels of innovation that we're seeing in gold today that lets the retail market get into the gold industry. Speaking with us today, we'll be having Dion. We have Dion from Australia. He's the head of, he's a senior consultant with Perth Mint, the largest gold mint mine in Australia. He's joining us from Australia. Hi, Dion.
Hey guys, how are you?
On stage, we also have Mohammed Alelu Bashir. He's a blockchain consultant in Nigeria, works with crypto.com and a couple of crypto projects also. And we have Nire also, our delectable host. Right, so we'll start right away by joining Dion to take us through a session on gold in a digital world, cryptocurrency, and innovation. Dion's session will be about the emerging role of gold in today's digital economy. Over to you, Dion.
Thanks so much, Balaji, and welcome and hello to everyone who's receiving me, and thanks for organising this. So, as Balaji has outlined just then, today we're going to talk about the relevance, I suppose, of gold on a blockchain and why is that important, why does it matter? So if you could go to the next slide, please. This is a quote that I sort of picked out. It's not perfect, but basically, as you can see, it says blockchain is the tech, Bitcoin is merely the first mainstream manifestation. Now, this is a little bit misleading because Bitcoin actually solved a lot of the blockchain problem, but what it's trying to say is largely correct. Bitcoin was the first adaptation of blockchain technology, but you know, things like Ethereum and now stable coins and the prevalence of bringing real world assets onto blockchain are only becoming more prevalent. So gold will undoubtedly be a big part of that mix. So if you go to the next slide, please. Yeah, just quickly before we begin, a few points about me. I have been working in crypto full time since the beginning of 2017 and have worked on a lot of the big projects that have come out of Australia, including Loki, which is now Oxen, and Thorchain. Balaji said that I was currently working for the Perth Mint, but that's not technically true. I was previously a consultant for the Perth Mint Gold token, which is a technology company that works with the Perth Mint, which is the largest distributor of gold in the world, and one of two mints in Australia that produce legal tender money. And I'm currently head of strategy at Mind Digital and about to start my own loaning business, crypto loaning business called Loader. So that's a little bit about me. So if we want to go to the next slide, please. So I'd like to think we've sort of heard of Bitcoin at this point. Obviously, it's doing pretty crazy things at the moment. It's been around, or it was first introduced in 2009. And then we've had Ethereum, which has led to all this, you know, financial innovation being built in a decentralized way. But what comes next, and how does gold sort of fit into that? So if we could please go to the next slide. A big part of what I want to talk to you today about is stablecoins. Now, stablecoins are essentially currencies or tokens that are pegged to real world assets with the sole purpose of being a stable or a safe haven asset, a mechanism of stability in a very volatile market. Now, these assets are incredibly important and are actually traded about 10 times more than Bitcoin is in terms of volume. So they play an incredibly important role in sort of the stability of crypto markets. And that's largely twofold why they do that. One, as I've alluded to, with their stability, they act as a hedge. So they allow people to move out of volatile markets when they are acting when they're acting unpredictably. You can get to an asset that's stable, and gold would be a great example of that. The second reason is they're a great settlement option. Obviously, it doesn't make a lot of sense to pay someone in Bitcoin or Ethereum because the price can go up or down so much that you might pay someone now that in 10 years you've actually paid them, 10 times or 100 times more than you intended to pay them. So having the ability to send someone an asset which is backed by predominantly US dollars. US dollars make up about 99.9% of stablecoin assets, but the ability to pay people in an asset where you have surety on what that is plays an incredibly important function in terms of remittance and settlement and just as a payment function rather than as a store of value where you would hope there would be some price appreciation. So next screen, please. So yeah, I probably, at the risk of repeating myself, but yeah, here's sort of a couple of reasons about why they're important. Yeah, so basically they, just to reiterate, they're hedge against volatility. They offer the ability for remittance. And also, I guess the third point here is that stablecoins are really a bridging asset that links the traditional financial markets to these, to the very, very fast emerging, more efficient digital markets. Now, a clear difference between the two markets is that in traditional markets, you have trading times. So you have at any one time, a market such as Asia could be closing and Europe will be opening, or America will be opening as the Australian market goes to sleep. And I mean, even right now, I believe it's your morning in Lagos and it's 6 o'clock. I'm just getting ready for dinner here. So based on those different markets, you have different times and different markets trading around the world. In the digital asset markets, there are no market times. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it is a true definition of a free market. So a lot of these assets that are traded, whether that be shares or whether that be precious metals such as gold, or whether that be, ETFs or superannuation funds or any of these types of things, can be traded onto blockchains through the use of stablecoins, or better put, tokens that are pegged to another asset, which is their purpose. So next slide, please. I guess this is a pretty important slide because I guess a pretty obvious question might be like, well, why would you do that? The gold market's so established, it's so big. Why would it make sense to trade gold as a tokenized form of itself? So there's actually, as you can see here, quite a few advantages, and we'll run through those. So the obvious one is portability. Now, physical deliverance of gold is not only expensive, heavy, but it's also dangerous. Moving instruments that are so expensive is why we have, incredibly armored guards and things like that. So the ability to be able to exchange value without having to move the asset is an enormous advantage. I couldn't imagine wanting to go and sell gold and then having to, send that gold or deliver that gold to the recipient, and it would just be, the costs associated with that would just make it pretty much unusable. So portability all over the world without needing to necessarily change the custodian is a big advantage. There are no annual fees with holding a token. So that token represents ownership in gold, and you now are the owner of that underlying gold. You do not need to pay to own it. That's ridiculous. So you pay to own the gold, and in many cases you do not even need to pay the custodian to hold the gold, whereas in traditional products you always have to pay the voltage and things like this. So that's the case with physical gold, and also ETFs, which are traditional financial products that give investors exposure to an area of a market such as gold, but you do not actually own the gold. Another advantage of crypto, which is a big one, is just accessibility. you don't need a lot of money. You don't need, there is no minimum buy size, which is very important. It means that anyone can get onto a website or an exchange and buy a product buy a token if they are looking to invest in gold, whereby with traditional financial products, there's an expensive, barrier to entry in terms of the lowest available price, or maybe there's, a level of sophistication with needing a broker who has access to these products, or there are many sort of hurdles, I suppose, for people to enter the gold market. And that's why the majority of people who own gold in a lot of the places where they do not mine gold are sophisticated investors, and a lot of retail investors in gold take on the risks of holding physical gold and taking on the responsibilities of that because of the sophistication level to get exposed to these different markets. Gold tokens are also directly redeemable for gold. Depending on who you are buying these gold denominated tokens from, and you need to be very clear on who it is that you are buying them from to make sure that they are credible. But let's say you're buying from Paxos Gold, which is the largest denominated gold token in the world. You would go on their website and you would find out where you can actually redeem for physical gold. And that process is quite simple. They would give you an address to send the gold tokens. You would send it to them, and then they would give you the physical gold. If you wanted to reclaim it, you can also reclaim into US dollars very simply from your room or from your computer without needing to go anywhere, if that's what you prefer. The last one here is probably a little bit more abstract, and I'll go into more detail on what this actually means. But gold has never traditionally had yield. It's never generated yield, which has been, for people who are not gold bugs, one of its biggest detractions, in that you cannot just passively earn value other than on price appreciation. You can't lend it to someone and get them to pay you an interest rate on that. But with newer innovation that's coming in, such as Defi, this is now very much realistic and a very underappreciated sort of differentiating factor. Next slide, please. So, as I was speaking about just now, making the decision to buy gold or buy tokenized gold is one thing, but not all products are equal, and this is all markets, but particularly in nascent markets. So you need to be very clear on who you're buying from to make sure that you actually are buying what is being advertised. So if we go to the next slide, we'll talk about this more. So as part of any asset that is pegged to another asset, it's obviously vitally important that you know that the custodian, the person that is minting the tokens, has the assets in the vault that they say they do. Now, the best way to do this is to obviously, you obviously need to make sure that custodian is reputable. But that's not enough. That's not enough surety, and I wouldn't recommend anyone stopping the due diligence at that point. You also need to make sure that that reputable custodian is regularly audited, and that those audits are actually published and broadcast, because it's not enough for a business to say the audits were fine. You need to be able to read the audits and make sure that that level of transparency exists. And good companies do that. And so it's very important not to cut yourself short when you are, your money and your capital is obviously critically important. So you need to make sure that who you're dealing with is correct. Pax Gold, again, to mention them, I know that they're audited weekly or even monthly by, I think, by the government of New York, or by one of the head auditors in New York. So they, they've never had a problem. There's never been an issue with any redeeming. There's never been any issue with anything on that. So you need to make sure at the very least that the person who is distributing the asset has at the very least the equivalent of what the market cap of that token has, because that obviously a token is a denomination of the physical gold. But you also would hopefully, ideally, they would have a lot more, gold in this case, or whether it's you know, palladium, or whether it's whatever the asset of the underlying asset is, you would hope that they have much more than what has actually been tokenized, because you would hope that they are preempting more demand for that token. Next sort of slide, please. Decentralized finance is a really, really important theme, I suppose. I would say it's the biggest theme in crypto assets at the moment. We can see sort of a pretty clunky definition here, which says it is an umbrella term for a variety of financial applications that are replicating traditional banking infrastructure. Now, that's really not a great definition, so I apologize for that. What that means in a more common tongue is that DeFi is basically replicating the banking infrastructure, but done in a way where it's peer-to-peer. So you are taking out banks. And now a lot of people would say, well, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. But the reality is, without getting too sort of, wild here, is that basically banks take your money and then they lend it out at a high interest rate and don't pay you any of the interest. So banks get wealthier from using your money to then on lend and make more money. So in a DeFi system, please go to the next slide. These same functions happen, however, the yields, the returns on your money are much fairer, and also the interest rates to borrow money are much lower. So they're fairer on both sides of the market. So you can see here that DeFi has had just an enormous explosion. And that's for a myriad of reasons. I like to think partly it's because of the efficiencies and the fairness, but I think in reality it's that the yields on offer in DeFi are so appealing in a world where people and banks are really struggling to pay interest, and people are really struggling to find places to get yield on their assets or on their cash. So we can see here that in March 2020, there was $1 billion in DeFi collateral. Now, at the time, that was a lot of money. That was a landmark, number. But since that time, it's exploded to be $40 billion at the time of checking, and I'm certain it's gone up since a couple of days ago when I put this together. The largest players are Aave, Maker, Compound, Uniswap, and SushiSwap. They might sound like silly names, but if you are interested in this space, I highly recommend you look into those. I'm not sure if you want to take a photo of this slide because they're all quite funny names, but the majority of these, or all of these, are either lending money, as I was talking about before, allowing people to borrow money or deposit money, either way, so a traditional banking infrastructure, or they're providing liquidity for exchanges, so to make sure that there's enough assets on hand to exchange assets. Please go to the next slide. Next slide whenever you're ready. Thanks, guys. So this is just a simple, graph which just shows how acute the adoption of DeFi of DeFi applications has been in a very short space of time. If we look at this graph, we can see that basically DeFi did not exist in any sort of consummate level as recently as the end of 2019. There was a tiny sort of emergence, I suppose, but it wasn't until probably June 2020 when this momentum started, and then by October the horse had basically bolted, and now we've got this sort of vertical adoption. So this is what is driving much of the crypto ascent at the moment. It's not just people buying coins and holding them and hoping they go up. It's actual applications to a newer and sort of fairer banking system. And this is the proof that people are using it and the evidence that it's happening and growing, vertically, basically. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as we just saw, there's about $40 billion in collateral on these decentralized apps, which are run by, basically really smart people, but people who are just people with ideas. They're not run by banks, they're not run by governments or anything like this. And the majority of this demand, a lot of this collateral is US dollars. In stable coins, and it's also some like it's obviously Bitcoin, Ethereum, and some of these other tokens. But for some reason, and I literally struggle to have an answer for why this is, and I think this is a really big opportunity for people who want to look into this, is that for some reason, gold tokens have not been taken up in any sort of a big way on any of the DeFi platforms. Now, this makes sense to me because gold is obviously one of the most robust forms of collateral there is. I mean, it's one of the most price stable assets in human history. Nothing has a longer time history of price stability and appreciation than gold. So it really is, one of the best forms of collateral there is. So that's obviously on its side. As we spoke about before, another reason why gold makes an amazing asset, especially for gold holders as collateral, is that this is a way where gold holders could actually get a yield from holding gold rather than just relying on price appreciation. They could passively earn money on gold without there being any sort of price appreciation, or even they could make money even if the price of gold was going down. Yeah, and that final point just speaks to this, is that currently none of the tokens, including Paxos, which is the one I keep mentioning, which I should mention some others, like Digix and I believe obviously the Perth Mint gold token, and there are many countless examples of other gold tokens out there, but none of them have taken advantage of this movement. And I really don't know. I don't have an answer for why that is. And I spend a lot of time speaking to people about DeFi applications and trying to work out where it's going. And I'm launching my own product, as I mentioned at the start, and I would have no problem accepting gold as collateral. So I have no idea why anyone else wouldn't. So I think that for anyone who might be inclined to look into this space, I think that's a really big opportunity. Next slide, please. So I guess this sort of takes me towards the back end of this presentation. And I guess this is a pretty important comparison, and that is the comparison between Bitcoin and gold. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but Bitcoin and gold actually, oddly enough, share a lot of qualities, because the construction of Bitcoin as a theoretical network actually looked at a lot of the properties of gold, such as scarcity, and the idea that you had to mine it. There was an expense in mining gold. You also need to mine Bitcoin. You use the same terminology, and that's not by coincidence, I don't believe. So Bitcoin took inspiration from gold in its construction. However, the scarcity of gold is more theoretical. It's more conceptual, because we don't know exactly how much gold exists, because obviously a lot of gold is held privately. A lot of gold is malleable, so it can be changed form and all this sort of stuff. So we do know that gold is scarce. We know it's highly scarce, nearly more scarce than any other natural assets basically on Earth. However, we don't know its exact number. The difference is with Bitcoin is that it's mathematically scarce. We know exactly how much is produced and how much will be produced. And that finality is, as far as I'm aware, the only mathematically finite asset on Earth of any consequence, in terms of, there's lots of copycats to Bitcoin, but in terms of widely traded assets. So based on this, JP Morgan has recently produced research reports that says that not that they in any way condone Bitcoin more than gold, because I'm sure they certainly don't, at least from their official position, but that Bitcoin is gaining on gold only because millennials, based on their research, prefer it. So gold has always been the strongest inflation hedge, and it undoubtedly is. There is no question about it that gold is a better inflation hedge currently than Bitcoin because of its price stability that is inherently built into the product. Well, not the product, into the metal, but this will undoubtedly it's leading to a collision. There's no doubt. There is a very big narrative that Bitcoin and gold are competing, and I don't necessarily think that's true. I hold both assets, and I think they're both incredibly good assets to hold. But gold is so much bigger than Bitcoin. There's no doubt about that. The market is so much bigger. But in order for gold to maintain that position that is held, gold needs to continue to evolve, and it needs to be more readily available, and it needs to be available not just to young people, but it needs to be available to retail investors, and it needs to be available on DeFi platforms, and you need to be able to generate yield, and it needs to be portable and all these things. And I think that gold-based tokens solve a lot of these problems in a really price-efficient way. So I really do think that even though the tokenized gold space is only sort of, slowly building momentum, I think that it has enormous potential, and not just gold-based tokens. I think all precious metal, obviously silver, platinum, palladium, all these types of things, they're all being tokenized right now. And I think that this space is a really, really emerging, fast-growing space that for people who are interested in precious metals, they would be, I think, negligent to not be across what's happening in this space. So, next slide, please. Sorry, a bit of shameless promotion here, but that brings me to the end, and I just wanted to say that. I will soon be, based on what we've discussed, I'll soon be providing a solution, I suppose, for people who hold crypto assets to borrow money. And as I said previously, will obviously be accepting gold as collateral because it's an amazing utility. So I just want to say thank you so much for listening to me. And if you are already using DeFi applications and you're already using crypto, then good for you and well done, because I think you're part of what's happening right now. And if you're not, I think you should really look into it. So thank you so much for inviting me to the panel, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dion, for the introduction into the world of gold and Bitcoin and the future. Like Dion also said, non-collateralized loans using cryptocurrency is something that is gaining ground right now. It allows you to access the true powers of your holdings at rates that are way much fairer than what banks would offer, just to put it mildly. Dion, if you're still around, we have a few questions from the audience for you to go through for us. One of the questions we have here is that seeing that Bitcoin and gold have similar characteristics, tokenizing gold for now still ties to the LBMA price that is controlled. Can tokenization of gold help to unlock the true price discovery from gold beyond the present market control mechanisms?
Sorry, I missed the first part of that. I didn't have...
Okay, the first part of the question was talking about how gold and Bitcoin are similar in their price action, but the price of gold seems to be more controlled and tied to a global index. Do you think that tokenization will help gold to discover its true value beyond?
Yeah, good question. So gold and Bitcoin traditionally rally at similar times because they usually rally when the US dollar weakens because they are instruments as a hedge. So very rarely do gold and Bitcoin go up at the same time as the US dollar is strengthening. So that's a big part of the reason why they move in tandem. As far as the price action or the price discovery, the Bitcoin market is just so much smaller. It's so much smaller. It's so much less hardened. We're only starting to see, massive companies like Tesla now holding it. Whereas gold is so much more stable because the market is so much more hardened. We all know that, all governments hold gold. Gold is, post World War II has been, one of the biggest sort of government holdings as a hedge against itself, basically. So do I think that tokens can help that price discovery of gold? Well, I think any market action where more people are getting involved in the conversation, where retail is easier to get involved, then I think that that always leads to fairer market outcomes in terms of what the market actually believes or what the market values something at. So in that case, absolutely. If there is a true demand for gold that exists where people can't access it and Bitcoin helps those people enter the market, then that has to be a positive for the price action of gold.
Thank you so much, Dion. It ties back to some conversations we had yesterday about the manipulation of price of gold and how retail and positive action by governments and the individuals is a very great way to get real value for gold. Another question we have here is, can you outline the audit process or give some reference for research on accountability about the gold held in vaults for companies that have tokenized gold?
Yeah, I can. I mean, the one that I'm most across is the Perth Mint gold token, because I was previously a consultant. I'm not currently a consultant, but in that, the way that their auditability works is one of the best solutions I've seen, if not the best. And so basically, when you buy a token, 1 token equals 1 gram of gold. So what actually happens is you're physically buying that gold from the mint, and that is represented by basically a certificate of ownership, which is then published onto the blockchain. Now, you can see in real time that purchase happen on the Perth Mint. So you can see that the gold actually leaves you can see that the Perth Mint buys the gold. The Perth Mint gold token, buys the gold from the Perth Mint, and by the same extension, you can see that it goes back when that's sold. So in terms of so that's all well and good in terms of actually seeing how it works on the tech side. But I presume that your question is more along the lines of the auditability of the actual on the other side of it. Now, basically, you need to do due diligence into who is doing this auditing process, because audits are only as valuable as you believe in it as the person who's doing them. And you need to believe in the entity that is conducting the audits in order for the audits to have any credibility. In the case of the Perth Mint, for example, it is wholly owned by the government of Western Australia. So to not believe the audits is to not believe in the government of WA, which is obviously a state of Australia. Now, people are going to obviously always be, skeptical of any sort of centralized government, and I understand that. But in order for a system like this to work, without the ability to actually step into the vaults and physically count it yourself, you have to have some level of reliance on some level of intermediary body. And so it's up to you on which of those intermediary bodies you believe in. But Paxos, which is a much bigger solution than the Perth Mint gold token currently, they are audited, I believe, by the top auditors in New York. They present all those reports. I believe it's monthly. And those reports actually show the change, because the amount of gold they hold might change. They might have to buy more gold to meet demand, or they might have less gold on hand based on any factor of reason. So those ordering reports are actually a moving document for the health and sort of validity and custodianship of those tokens. So something to be very aware of. And anyone that doesn't broadcast those audits, you should be very careful with trusting them.
Thank you very much, Dion. We're really glad to have you here, and thank you so much for your time, especially given the time difference between Nigeria and Australia at the moment. If you're still around, you'll join us for the Q&A session, the interactive session at the end of today. So we'll be moving on to our next speaker, Mohammed Alelu Bashir. He's a blockchain consultant. He works with a couple of projects in the country. He's also a community manager for Crypto.com. He will be talking to us today about the myths and facts of cryptocurrency. If there's one thing that is very common today is that people typically do not know the difference between Bitcoin, the implementation, and blockchain, the technology. And the people that also know about Bitcoin also seem to have a wrong interpretation of what it actually does, how to hold it, and how to get the best value from it. And coming from somebody who has had a lot of experience in the market, dealing with retail investors, and also making sure that people have basic understanding and education, Mohammed is in a good position to tell us about the things to know and not to know, and things to unlearn about the world of blockchain and crypto. Over to you, Mohammed.
Yeah, thank you, Balaji, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'll be talking about the various misconceptions people used to have about cryptocurrency and blockchain in general. Yeah. Next slide, please. All right. So please, can you go to the next slide? Yes, so the first misconception people generally have about cryptocurrency and blockchain in general is that Bitcoin and blockchain, they are the same thing, whereas they are not actually the same thing. Bitcoin is actually a digital currency, is a cryptocurrency, whereas blockchain is actually the tech in which the Bitcoin is built on. And the blockchain itself is a distributed ledger where all the transactions are being recorded, the incoming transactions, the outgoing transactions. If you are sending money to someone in form of Bitcoin, the blockchain is the tech that records your transaction, and you can just go over to the blockchain.info and verify your transaction on chain. So please, can you move to the next slide? Yes, there's also another misconception that people generally have about blockchain. They believe there's only one blockchain. Some people even believe that blockchain is actually an app in which you use to store your cryptocurrency, whereas the blockchain is not actually an app. It is actually a tech, and we have various forms of blockchain. We have the TRC20 blockchain, which is actually built on the Tron network. We have the ERC20 blockchain, which is actually built on Ethereum, and is actually the most popular. It has been the most popular for quite some time now, because developers really love using the Ethereum chain because of the support they get from the owner, the grants, and all forms of materials they can get online if they want to build on the blockchain. And we also have a new emerging one recently, which is the Binance Smart Chain. The Binance Smart Chain is preferred by developers recently because of the low transaction fee. The rise in Defi recently has made the transaction fee on the Ethereum network very, very high. If you want to perform a transaction on Uniswap now, you can spend close to $150 to just perform a single transaction. And it's not a lot of people don't have that type of money to just pay in form of a transaction fee. So they are migrating to the Binance Smart Chain, whereby you can pay as little as $0.1 to just perform your transaction. Yes, okay. So, okay. Yeah, so there's another myth about cryptocurrency, which people have, which is that cryptocurrency is backed by nothing, unlike money, which is backed by the government. Cryptocurrency is actually backed by the technology supporting it, the people behind it, and the cryptocurrency market presently have a market cap of over $1 trillion. And I believe that's actually quite a lot. And Bitcoin itself, it has over $900 billion. So I don't think anybody can say that cryptocurrency doesn't have any backing. Everybody behind it, they're actually using a fiat to back this thing up. It's not actually people minting coin from thin air. All this money you are seeing, all this Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, BNB, all the coin you are seeing on the market cap, they are actually backed by real currency, because people are actually using real money to buy it. They are exchanging their fiat for the cryptocurrency they are getting back. Okay, so this is actually a question I normally get from people. They normally say cryptocurrency is mostly used by the bad people in the industry, like it's mostly used for the illicit activities, and is actually a lie. Anybody can use any form of payment for illicit activities. The kidnappers have been there before Bitcoin came. The armed robbers have been there. They've been using fiat to get all these things, and there is actually less than 1% of the transactions taking place on the dark web being done by cryptocurrency. And we also have the chain analysis that actually verify most of these things. And the data from chain analysis, when I checked it the last time, it was showing that less than 1% of the activities taking place on the dark web is actually through cryptocurrency. So I don't think people should have this thing at the back of their mind that, okay, if you want to do something bad, you have to use cryptocurrency and everything. And most of these exchanges that these cryptocurrencies are listed on, they actually do KYC, which is the know your customer. They verify any customer they want to onboard. You are going to send your information, your passport, your house address, and all this information. So if there is anything that maybe the government suspects or anybody, they can easily request for it with the right document. So as long as you are using a centralized exchange, but we have the decentralized exchanges as well, whereby nobody is actually controlling it. You can't get any information from that one. So if you are the privacy focused type of person, you can just maybe decide to use the decentralized exchanges, and we have quite a lot of them. Presently the most popular one is the Uniswap, which is doing over 1 billion USD in terms of transaction. Okay, so cryptocurrencies generally, people think they are actually unregulated, whereas cryptocurrencies are regulated. We have countries like UK, like US, like Canada, like Singapore, like Switzerland that have put in place regulations for cryptocurrency. So, and the governments of these countries, they understand the importance of the tech. That's why they've already placed their regulations down for anybody that wants to venture into the industry. You just have to get your license from them, and you can operate freely in the ecosystem. Okay, so I'll be moving on to some facts about cryptocurrency and blockchain in general now. Okay, as I've previously said, cryptocurrencies, they actually have fundamental backing. The same way the fiat currency, they are our naira notes, the US dollars, the euros. The cryptocurrency too, they have fundamental backing, and they're actually backed by the people. It's actually a decentralized network. It's not actually one person backing it. It is backed by millions of people in the world. So it actually has a backing, yes. Okay, so people used to think the only cryptocurrency we have is actually the Bitcoin, whereas that's actually a lie. We have over 7,800 cryptocurrencies as at the last time I checked it in the market, in the coin market cap. And these cryptocurrencies, they actually have various use cases. For example, we have the CRO token. The CRO token, you can use it to book for your accommodation outside the country. If you decide to travel out of Nigeria today, you can get a 20% discount if you are using CRO, if you are using BNB. We also have the Frontier token, where you can use to book your hotel, your accommodations outside the country, and you are going to get a 20% discount if you are using cryptocurrency to book for your accommodation. So imagine you going to Dubai now, and you're getting an hotel for 100K, and they are giving you a discount of 20K, and you decide to stay for 5 days. That means you are getting a discount of 100K in general. Instead of you paying 500K, you are paying 400K. We also have Tesla recently announcing that they are going to start accepting Bitcoin for purchasing their Tesla model cars. And we have some luxury stores as well that accept cryptocurrency. You can use it to buy gift cards. You can use it for private jet booking as well. And the major advantage of using this cryptocurrency is that you are going to get a discount when you are using these things, and it's actually much more affordable as well. If you want to get a luxury car now, and you are getting a quote that is way absurd, and you tell your bank manager that, okay, I need this so amount, there's going to be a lot of questions. But you can just use your crypto, your Bitcoin, and the transaction fee you are paying for maybe $1 million worth of crypto, you are paying less than $1 for the transaction fee. Whereas if you are going to the bank to make this type of transaction, everybody in the bank will be running up and down looking for the money for you. So can you please go to the next slide? Okay, so the blockchain is actually where the tech lies. It's not actually the cryptos. The blockchain, a country like Sierra Leone, for example, now, they recently used blockchain tech for their electoral system. Everybody can go and check the people that voted. We have countries like Japan as well. Even USA used the blockchain for their election. For one, it was it in West Virginia? West Virginia, yes. West Virginia, yes. It was in 2018. Yes, they used the blockchain tech. So we actually have a lot of use cases for these blockchain, cryptocurrency in general. So I believe everybody should be looking at various ways in which they can just tap into the industry, because the industry is still growing. We have less than 1% of the world population that have heard about Bitcoin and blockchain in general. So we have people known as miners. Their importance, I really need to mention their importance in the blockchain system. The miners are the people that confirm each transaction that is on the blockchain network. Any transaction that is being sent to the blockchain network, the miners are the people that are going to confirm the transaction. They are the ones that will verify it. And they actually get a percentage, like the fees that will be charged, is the miners getting it. And anybody can decide to be a miner. All you need to do is just to get some hardwares. Immediately you get the hardware, you are just going to install it in your house. But the major thing you are going to need again is the electricity. That's why we have people migrating to countries with good electricity. Like Malta, for example. Now we have a lot of people migrating to Malta because of the electricity, and the government of Malta have actually been quite supportive for the Bitcoin miners, and they are even actually contributing to their economy. Like their economy has really grown over the past 5 years now that they have the influx of these people in their country. So I believe we should start looking at all these things in our country as well. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. It's a lot of information, new information that we did not really know we have before. Just to tie in what he said with what Dion said also, the use of the blockchain goes beyond Bitcoin. It goes beyond currencies that people are used to. There is so many more applications of the technology than what we've been told, than what we know. Processes like taking loans, processes like KYC, digital identity, record keeping, ledger management, healthcare, health ID, insurance, purchases, foreign remittance, processes that typically go through centralized systems, but go through decentralized systems now powered by blockchain technology. The utilities are so many. For each token you have, it has its own special use case. Each one is useful in its own way, and we are seeing a lot of, we just hope that in the coming days, in the coming years, people will appreciate what is going on in the blockchain space more than today. Here are some questions that we have for Mohammed. Question is, can you shed more light on Ponzi schemes that a lot of people seem to see as forms of cryptocurrency? We understand that in Nigeria a lot, like for example, they made use of Bitcoin a lot, which also gave a lot of stigma to the use of Bitcoin in the country. Can you shed more light on Ponzi schemes and cryptocurrency?
Okay, thank you, Bolaji. Cryptocurrency is just a currency like the fiat currency. Anybody can decide to use any currency for their Ponzi scheme. We have, before the advent of MMM, we've had various Ponzi schemes in the past, and they normally use the fiat. The reason the MMM used, they added Bitcoin to a form of their payment then was because of the accessibility. Anybody can easily get Bitcoin, and you can actually provide help to somebody outside Nigeria. That's what they were using then. Provide help, get help, and the likes. So if you have somebody in Canada, for example, now you have somebody in US, you can't send the person Naira. You can't provide help, in quotes, to the person in Naira. But with Bitcoin, you can actually send Bitcoin to the person can send you Bitcoin as well, and you're going to convert it to your local currency. So people should stop thinking of cryptocurrency as an MLM or Ponzi scheme. It's just a means of payment. We can have the Naira, they can use Naira, they can use dollars, they can use the Ghanaian cedis as a means of payment. So it's actually a currency. It is not a Ponzi scheme or a scam.
Thank you very much. One of the feedback we're getting is that the responses have been very clear, very simple, down to earth. It's shedding light on things that we did not really understand before. One of the global trends right now are central bank currencies and centralized currencies from companies like Facebook. Can you talk some more about Libra and the fears or the implications regarding Facebook and WhatsApp having their own currency, and what this tends to portend for the future?
Okay. Yes, concerning Libra, in 2019, Facebook decided to make their own stable coin, which is known as the Libra coin. And as you know, Facebook has, they have a user base of over 2 billion users. And the world population is about 7 billion users. Is about 7 billion, sorry. So when we have about 2 billion users using a particular currency to make their transaction, the banks, the governments, everybody feel that it's going to pose a threat to them. Imagine you having your WhatsApp now and you sending money to your friend in US and Canada through your WhatsApp by just buying your Libra coin, maybe through your Naira. Having the Libra coin on your phone, on your WhatsApp, you can send money to anybody in the world. So people feel, the government in general, they feel that the Libra coin is actually going to render them useless. It's actually going to render the central bank useless. So the SEC came up then with a lot of regulations, a lot of questions, and Facebook had to like suspend the plan then. But I think they're actually coming up with another one now. Recently, they're actually trying to rebrand Libra and come up with it in a much better way.
Right. Just to add to that, the concept of global currencies with big companies that have reach like Facebook, they will come. They will come. They will come in ways that we least expect. They will come as part of our transactions. WeChat in China is one of the largest forms of currency exchange in the country. China has a very large population, and everybody does everything on WeChat. Pay bills, do transfers. Practically everything you do in China that has to do with your identity, your bank account, and money goes through WeChat. And WeChat has so much reach because of the way the government has some control on it. So I think as far as Libra is concerned, it will still come, but it will come in a more, it's going to be a mix of centralization and decentralization, where there is some level of control and influence of the government, but there is also the flexibility that people really want. People want to be able to transact with people elsewhere without the hassle of filling out forms, without the hassle of transaction fees, without the hassle of having to verify your identity at every point in time. And the speed of transaction through blockchain is phenomenal. There are products that send money around the world in as little as 4 seconds under like 30 cent fees, no matter the transaction size. So I believe that we are getting there. Another question also pertains to centralized finance. What are your thoughts on companies like Visa, MasterCard, and other companies that are now trying to get into the mix of cryptocurrency and blockchain? What are your thoughts on these companies and their steps in that direction?
Yes, the adoption lately has actually been quite phenomenal. We have PayPal in 2009 calling Bitcoin a scam, and them coming back now to actually say, okay, they are offering cryptocurrency services to their users. And they are even going as far as extending it to other countries, because they actually started from US, then now they said, and they're actually expanding again because of the type of profit they made when they started it. So I believe in the nearest future, we're actually going to have a lot of these companies entering the market. We have Tesla entering already. We have PayPal that has entered the market as well. Anybody that doesn't enter the market, I just feel they are just going to be left behind. That's the truth, because the market is evolving. Things are actually happening very fast. Over 100 years ago, nobody believed that, okay, we could have an aeroplane. Nobody believed that we could have an electric car when we started having vehicles. So things are happening. The Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency in general, is something of the future. And anybody that doesn't enter the market now, personally, I believe they are going to be left behind.
Right. Just like a funny story with electric cars and Tesla. Elon Musk did a single largest purchase of Bitcoin by an enterprise for $1.5 billion in January. And at the time when they made their purchase, there was an average price of around $31,000. Price of Bitcoin as of this morning is around $52,000, which means Elon Musk low-key minted like $1 billion in about 3 weeks. Now, the challenge with the people against the movement will say that it's a highly volatile asset. And one of the key things that crypto does is the flexibility in giving options for you, regardless of what you are. And this will segue into the next session that we have. Thank you, Mohammed, for the beautiful session. The last section before we go to the interactive session deals with the non-volatility part of crypto. Gold is a stable asset compared to crypto. Crypto is very volatile. Gold is very volatile relatively. Today's world sees different industries coming together to bring out digital innovations that help to improve everybody on the same level. So, Dion mentioned stablecoins. Nire is the expert in gold. Stablecoins and gold are now in the same space. There are now products that allow retail investors to buy small quantities of gold which they do not need a vault to keep, where you do not have to be worried about having your gold in jewelry form in a small box. You can now have your gold on a wallet, on your phone, in your pocket, with nobody having to know what you're carrying. So Niro will talk to us about the new innovation in gold that allows retail investors to have access and flexibility to their assets without worrying about the volatility that cryptos generally imply. So Niro will talk to us about Sanu as one of the new gold-backed stablecoins that we have in the industry. Over to you, Nire.
Thank you, Balaji. Let me get myself in my own presentation mode because I'm still here. So I want to talk about the emerging role of gold in today's digital economy, and I want to enter this discussion from the back. We didn't plan to create a stable coin. That was not our goal. But in trying to solve the problems here for us, we stumbled upon this solution. So let me tell you what we saw. We kept looking, and we realized, why are people not buying gold? And I just kept thinking, people should buy gold. People should buy silver. But number one, where would they buy gold? Where would they buy silver? You know? Okay, how do I get the gold that we're buying across to somebody in Abuja? Then realizing a lot of people wanted to buy gold, but they just didn't want to hold it. They wanted to know that it's there somewhere. You know, I just want to know that it's there. When I need it, I can sell it, or maybe not. And then, same thing. Maybe because at the end of the day, we were in the gold industry, and we just get to, almost like the way Amazon was. Amazon really is a big research company. And with just what you're requesting, what you're Googling, what you're asking, same thing with Google. based on what people are asking you and what they're wanting, you have all the information. I remember Nicole said it yesterday, it's the data. If you don't have the data, you won't build. So literally, here we are in gold. People are asking, goldsmiths are saying, you know, I wish we had gold wire. So when we looked at the pool, we realized there needed to be something, a way that people could access gold now, just like the way you have Uber, just taking what we have into the new world. And realizing, okay, but gold is valuable. How do you get this gold across? People don't want to hold it. They don't want to be robbed. It's Nigeria. A lot of people will say, I don't want people to know I have gold. I don't want my wife to know. I don't want my husband to know. But I want to have it. I just want it to be private. So when we looked at all of this, there was no other way but to go digital. Where I think Dion said something that's key. Go digital. People know what they have. There's a way to tokenize what they have. There's a way they can see what they have. But at the same time, they can easily, back to what I'm saying, transition from gold to Naira to maybe a cryptocurrency. Like I said, we just became this research pool that we looked at the problems and the requests, and we said, this is what we need. So what this is, really, like I said, looking at this crypto world, I really got interested in this crypto world. I stumbled upon this world by accident, really from the problems that we're having. Now, the same thing also in Nigeria with FX and just many things. And the more we looked at even money, how money is viewed, how we all have gold, how do we... So I say all this to say, because people wonder, how did this happen? It happened because we were just there, looking at what people were asking. What do people want? I want to buy gold, but this thing is heavy. And this is how this came about. So we can move to the next slide, because Dion already explained what stablecoins are. Now, the real thing that was key for us here is being a bridge. So here we are in this digital world. We're already doing online transfers, money transfers, and I'll say this, I was actually very frustrated with Nigerian banks. I sat down and I said, I don't understand this country. This is gold we're talking about. Someone is dealing with gold. And the banks, just like he said, you want to buy, if somebody wants to buy $1 million worth of something, you'll go left, you'll go right, to take weeks to verify the transaction, to sign this, are you sure, where did the money come from? I'm telling you, the questions people have asked to say, where did you get this money? They want to investigate. So when you look at that, the bottlenecks to do transactions in gold were there. It also made sense to go into a digital world where you could move and do what you needed quickly. So examples, Dion talked about this, there's fiat, there's crypto, but we are the commodity-backed example, gold. So if you go on to the next slide. He already talked about this, which is awesome. Here we go. So now, what's different about what we're doing? Honestly, I don't know what to call what we are, but to try and simplify it, on one hand, you could say that we are a stable coin that's backed by gold and silver. And we'll talk about this a bit. But really, we're really a digital asset service for gold. What does that mean? So pretty much, like I said, if you're a goldsmith, you can just come, almost look at it like you have a basket. You're a goldsmith, you're just ordering for your gold through Sanu. You buy your gold, you take it, but it happened digitally. If you're a woman who wanted to sell her jewelry for gold, or do a layaway for her gold, you could do it as well digitally. However, in this case, it's a utility. You're not storing it. You've used it to pay for something, just like a token representing. On the other hand, if somebody says, I'm buying my gold, but I'm keeping it there, right? It's also working as that store of value. But the good thing is, something I learned, this is why this helped me, the bridge, where I came upon the stablecoin by accident. I didn't know this language until we were saying what we were trying to do. And these crypto guys are like, it's this. I'm like, no, it's not stable, it's not crypto. We're doing this. They're like, no, it's crypto. So we were trying to solve a problem, And we didn't realize, just like happened yesterday with Nicole, that the fintech world has solved the problem. We didn't realize that the cryptocurrency digital world had solved the problem. So now back to this, because for me, my father, one thing I learned with my father has never trusted anything he cannot hold. So my father is like, oh, you people, this your crypto, whatever, everything that, so my father, real estate is money. He gets it because it's real. My land is there, I fence my land. And then even when the world went digital with cash, he just didn't believe this thing. He will want to carry his cash when he's traveling in his briefcase on him. It must be real. It must be tangible. But you know, coming back to what Dion was saying about audit, it's about trust. And at the end of the day, a lot of things begin to happen on the back end. And the person you trust today, after a while, you know, they change. And then the day you ask for your, just like someone was saying about maybe an MLM scheme, either way, the trust factor. So I realized, I said, you know, you need to be able to vault gold. Somebody needs to be able to say one of two things. Sanu people, I want to see this gold that you say you're holding. Or, I want to sell it, and I want to get my money back. And one thing we realized was, when we were discussing this problem, the same thing. The crypto guys had a solution. They said, no, this is straightforward. It's just called, what did you say this, like you guys? Like disclosure. You're disclosing, you're explaining how it works. You know, the summary is, all we were doing was creating a platform to allow people do what they wanted to do. So Sanu, really, I would say, is just a platform for swapping gold into other assets. If it's your Naira, if it's silver, we just give you the opportunity to make your gold versatile. Next slide. So this is just explaining all that we said. We stumbled upon this asset service by accident, just by trying to meet the needs and the requests that people had. Next slide. I've said all this, I think. Yes. So the second bullet point, it's really just checking that box for stability. Like I said, all this language was not my language. I've learned the language. Stability. Stablecoin. If you're digitizing gold, if gold is being represented in a digital token form, that's what it is. So now, what we also added, like I said, this was now from our trading experience and our experience, the difficulties of banking in Nigeria, is, I think this is something that we've been dealing with. Gold, like it or not, is priced in international market in FX. But in Nigeria, you find a case that where we buy our gold from, say in Osun, gold prices in Osun higher, Naira, than the international market price. Because, like we're saying, we have a sophisticated market in Nigeria. Whether you think they're educated or not, whether you think they speak English or not, they naturally have the understanding of gold as money. So what you're having is, you're having the banks, the central banks, trying to function in a certain way of control. Even like I found very interesting with what Chris was saying about the control of pricing. But you find that in Nigeria, Nigeria is not working that way. And I think that Nigeria, this is why I really believe that Nigeria is going to burst that bubble of price control. Because you're finding that the average northern Nigerian, put it that way, I'm sorry to go to an ethnic group, the average northern Nigeria has a value for gold. And it really has nothing to do with so much of LBMA and co. They'll try their best, maybe not to be too far off that market, but literally the average northerner or gold dealer now knows you're going to go with gold as high as it can go, as high as you have someone willing to buy, because they know that this Naira price, okay, just because I can't find somebody who can buy, I will reduce my price. But I really know that my gold is valuable. And the average person that has gold will say, you know what, I don't care that they're saying gold is 30,000 Naira per gram. I'm not selling. I know it's more valuable. So you already begin to see these dynamics happening in Nigeria. So that versatility, the last point, was needed, where there's Naira, but there's enough understanding where you're seeing that the people who are holding gold or trading gold, they value their gold differently. Yes, there's LBMA, they understand it, but they have an innate understanding that their gold is worth more than that price limitation. Next slide. So, in summary, for now, how are we working? So Sanu, really, we say Sanu, but Sanu has two tokens, a digital gold token and a digital silver token. And so what we do, our Sanu gold token, and we'll tell you the units, they represent physical gold and silver that are vaulted. Now, it only matters if you're trying to use Sanu as a store of value. If you're using the Sanu just to buy your gold that will deliver to you or that you pick up, then it doesn't matter. Next slide. So Sanu gold represents 20 grams of gold. 1 unit of Sanu gold represents 20 grams of gold. The next slide. 1 unit of Sanu silver represents 50 grams of silver. And something that's happening here, we don't want to go into too much of the details because this is not about Sanu, but we're just really trying to explain how we just fit in this world, is really in trying to explain how a lot of the dynamics of this conversation we're finding very interesting. We were not in this financial world. We're not in this cryptocurrency world, the fintech world, but by tangibly handling the issues with gold and the issues we're finding, why are these gold dealers pricing so expensive? Their price is high. They don't even know the price in London. It's too high. It's too high. It's too high. It's too high. But then eventually we realize, it's not that it's too high. It's that they know the value of their gold. And call them what you think. You could say they're not educated. No. Back to Chris. We will stumble upon the fact that there's pricing manipulation, and they innately know the value of what they have. So the next slide. For more details, go to sanucoin.com. But I chose to present it this way to understand that just like what happened here, for the longest time, this crypto world was this world that I didn't trust because of everything that was said, the myths. Even this fintech world, I didn't know it, I didn't trust it. But by the time I was having these issues and speaking very simply, then I meet these people that they listen to me and they say, blockchain. What? Yes, that's what you need, the distributed ledger. It's there. And even in listening to Mohammed, I'm laughing because I was thinking of real estate and C of Os. The ways to solve these problems are there. The moment I had this unlocking and this understanding that I was solving this problem here, I said, this C of O problem in Nigeria, if you put all this on the blockchain, you can't have fraudulent real estate transactions where you're going around, Omoni Bale, who bought the land, who sold the land, the C of O has gone here, has gone there, no such thing. It's on the blockchain. So that's it. Over to you, Bolaji.
Thank you very much, Neri, for the introduction to Sanu. Sanu is what we will look at as the gateway for retail investors into the gold market. A lot of people have access to gold typically as jewelry rather than as an actual asset class. Gold as an asset class will get the value it deserves when the average person can purchase 10 grams, 20 grams, 30 grams without being worried about having to go to a gold market to buy a chain or earrings, and then when they hear that the price of gold is high, then they take it back and start to haggle. With a product like Sanu, it allows you to have direct access to your gold at all times, flexibility of changing from one form to the other. It's fully backed. Which takes us to one of the questions that everybody always asks. Who audits Sanu to be sure that you actually have the physical gold that you say you have, that are being issued to people?
Very good question. Now, I'm going to tell you a long story and the summary. For us as pioneering this in Nigeria, when we went to the auditors, and I don't want to call them out, but they are watching, we went to the top, what do you call them? Big Five? Yes. We went to the Big Five and they wouldn't touch it. So the summary is the Big Five said, we don't want to audit you. But they didn't say it like that first. They started out by saying, how will we audit the gold? And I'm telling you, come and assay it. And they went round, round, round. The summary is we couldn't find an auditor till now, we've tried, that wants to audit us. So we found people outside that will come and manage the vault. So let me explain what this means. So what this will mean is the way around this, for now, if you look at our website, we put a self-audit. We tell you what we have. And if you go and research all the other gold coins that exist, I think besides the Perth Mint and Paxos, I'm not sure, we're up there for transparency. If you go check all the other gold coins out, they won't tell you what they hold. There's not a lot. Now, what we do, Sanu will tell you very clear. This is what we have in vault. This is what we have available now. This is what we have under management. So we're very clear. If you try and buy, for example, like 10 grams of Sanu gold, you have an immediate allocation and an immediate ownership because we have it in vault. So it means that, so to explain to you what this means, why do you know it's true? Because if you immediately try to sell your 10 grams, you immediately get your cash. Your Naira, you will get your payment. However, we tell you what we have in management. If you try and buy 100 kg gold, and you are making a payment, it's clear, we don't have this in vault. It is going to take us 1 month to get this. So what that means is, and you know it's clear, you allocate, but you cannot sell for 1 month. And I think that kind of makes sense. So that's how we're presently working, but the challenge we throw back, which is very sad, is no one wanted to audit us. The excuse they kept coming back to, and which are the things we're solving, so that, let me be a little bit fair, but we don't have, so there's, I just don't want to name names, but the roundabout way of what I'm saying is, the biggest excuse they will fall under is we don't have a technical group that does technical audits. So Nere, the truth is whatever you would be doing would only be auditing your paper. Don't blame us. We need this. So now to connect this, even RJC, Responsible Jewelry Council, we have the same problem. We are the first company to get into the RJC here, and it had to go through self-audit. The same wahala. Until now, they can't solve that problem because the chicken and an egg problem. So I'm going to throw this back to Twitter and say, could you push and ask for the major companies in the world, the auditors, why is there a conspiracy to not unlock when people come out to say, remove the chicken and egg problem of, we want to get audited, but you need this. Okay, you go to those, the technical people. Technical people say, we can't do this because you need this. The summary is, I didn't want to say this, but back to what Chris was saying. Chris Powell said something that made me smile the first time I met him online. He said, Neri, are you aware that the West and the world are going to fight and not want West Africa to get this going? And that's why I'm saying it's that chicken and egg. So what we've done, we're self-auditing, and this is how we've broken that problem. The way you can trust us is if we tell you we have it in vault, like we're saying here, if you buy it, you take it. If you want to store it, we give you the chance. At any time, with 24 hours notice, you could come see it. Otherwise, if you want to sell it immediately now, we sell it to you. We sell it to you, you get your cash. But it's there. If you're trying to buy, to hold what we don't have, we can allocate it to you, but you cannot sell it until it comes in. So the point is just going about with transparency so that people understand this. But I want to give a commendation to the Standards Organization of Nigeria, because they really have stepped in. While this problem had been going on for years, we told Son, why don't you just work on adopting the ISO standards for gold, refining everything, because this is the beginning of the solution. If you would do this, then Nigeria can begin to take this on, where you don't need the big fives. You don't need anybody if the Nigerian government will get in. So I really want to commend Son and the Nigerian government by proxy, because they are trying to solve these problems. But unfortunately, gold is international. So this is how I'll answer that. Did I try?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So Nere speaks about the actual physical side of the whole audit process. The second side of the audit process is that because Sanu is a digital asset, you can actually go to the Ethereum blockchain and you can literally see how many tokens of Sanu are in circulation. So it's a simple math case of total number of tokens in circulation times 20 grams equals total number of gold in the vault. Then you go to their website and you compare the number of the gold on the website with the total number of tokens on the blockchain. And if there is a discrepancy, then you can say, oh, maybe they're illiquid. But as long as those numbers are close to each other, you then know that at every point in time, everybody that has a digital asset has the same asset in the vault at all times.
Can I say something? This is why I told you that these guys had the answers, the crypto people. I was sitting physical, and for whatever I say, they'll be like, but that's what the blockchain does. That's what the smart contract does, the one-to-one. So you see, I gave you the whole physical thing, and I'm saying again, all the solutions, even to those problems, I've just finished complaining. And he said, you don't need the auditors. Thank you.
Right. Another question we got from the Zoom sessions is, what forms of gold and silver do you store for Sanu? Is it coins or bars or wires? So if I'm buying, say, 100 grams of gold, what kind of gold or what kind of silver would I get if I want to redeem? Just walk us through that process.
Okay, this is a little bit technical. So what I will explain is, remember we also said, we've also designed this so that it's almost like a shopping cart. So some people are coming here not because they want to store, but because they literally want to take it. So for example, like if you're over here, Lagos Love Gold, and you're buying, starting next week, you could come, if you're going to try and buy a gold cube or a gold bar, we'll make you use Sanu. And now what you'll be doing is you're just using Sanu to pay, but you're taking it with you. So because of this, literally every product offering that we have is available. So but what this does, like I said, the technical is, if you just bought Sanu tokens to store, if you are going to redeem, some things have a little higher premium than others. So for example, a person who's saying, I just want Sanu tokens, one-to-one, the pricing would be a little, let's say 0.05% different than if you were buying, say, the coin or redeeming through the coin. And at the end of the day, it makes sense because the products are not the same. Gold is gold, silver is silver, but the design and workmanship that go into making a coin versus making a bar is very different. So that's included sort of in the redemption, I should say.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clear answer. Then as usual, when it comes to new markets and new products, there's always the question of how. You've told us the what. The question is that the how. How do people want to find out how they join the gold business?
The gold business in general.
As a retail investor, it's a two-part question.
Okay.
How do people join the gold industry as either investors, as with gold being an investment asset class, or as a dealer, or as some other roles that are applicable? How do I make money from gold?
It's so hard because I want to say wherever you can think. Jewelry is a big one. I say jewelry because there's so much value, extra value that you can make. Remember, like we said, gold has a price. And unfortunately, you can't, it's not easy, I should say, to sell gold for a lot higher than the price that it has. But with jewelry, you can. So I would say one way is jewelry. Another way is trade. If you're a gold trader, there's a business, that's a business as well. People are in the business of trading gold. I'm trying to avoid saying mining. There's other, like I said, there's a value chain, but I get the impression, here's why I say this. If someone is asking this question over the internet or Zoom, I see it as somebody thinking of a safe, less risky way of entering the gold business. And I would say trading jewelry, investing or designing jewelry, making jewelry, and gold trading. Mining is not something you just say, oh, go into gold mining. There's a lot more that goes into mining, lots of feasibility. And the truth of the matter with gold mining is, even when your feasibility is good, there's security, there's community, there's so many other things that go into that aspect of the value chain. Besides that, I would say it also depends on your network. It depends on policy of where you're at. But in general, I would say the trade and value addition, you can name it. There's opportunity there. I would discourage anyone from jumping into gold mining without strong consultation and research, knowledge. Yes.
Thank you very much, Neri. The funny thing about gold and crypto and the blockchain industry is the same question. I could have, if you would have probably asked me the same question, that how do you get into blockchain? And I've given you the exact same answer. Access, liquidity. What side of the value stream do you have access to? Are you a writer? Are you a marketer? Are you a trader? Are you a PR person? There are so many different aspects of the industry you can key into. It doesn't necessarily have to be the buying and selling part of it. There are teachers, there are professors, there are instructors, there are bookmakers, there are readers. So there is always, every industry has a value stream. It's about you finding your niche in each particular space you find yourself in. It's been an amazing session so far. We still have some time. Is Dion still on the... Dion is still around, and I think it's time for us to have the interactive session and just talk and chit-chat about gold, crypto, blockchain, now, the future, and interesting stuff. Dion? Okay, so I think because of time difference, Dion has taken his leave. We thank him for helping us with so much information. So, Nere, how have you found the blockchain space so far?
You know, like I said, I'm like a fish in the water. But I'm just, when I was talking about real estate, I am just in awe and saying, where have I been, or where have we been? This thing solves so many problems. So that for me, I'm just basking in the solutions it's solving. I'm looking forward to it solving other problems. So that's where I am. Like I said, I'm just the fish swimming. So I'm still swimming.
So, Mohammed, how are you finding the gold industry? Since it's a meeting of worlds now. It's from one side, one very volatile market to a less volatile market. So what are you looking to buy gold now?
Yes, definitely. The gold industry is actually less volatile than the crypto industry. The beauty about the gold industry is that at each point in time, you know what your gold is actually worth, and you can actually sleep. There are some times where I can't sleep because of the crypto I'm holding. Just imagine buying a Bitcoin as at March last year now. Well, Bitcoin was worth around maybe 1.5 million naira. So this morning is worth close to 20 million naira. Just imagine buying 1.5 million worth of Bitcoin then and having 20 million naira now. And even the beauty again about cryptocurrency too is that imagine holding a fiat currency as of January last year, having 1 million naira in your bank account. The 1 million naira you are having in your bank account as of today is not actually the 1 million naira you kept there last year, because you actually have about 14% inflation in Nigeria presently. So your 1 million naira technically is worth maybe around 800 and something K. And imagine you putting your 1 million naira now in gold, or putting it in a stable coin backed cryptocurrency like USDT. Your 1 million naira or 3,000 USDT then, if you put 3,000 USDT in your crypto wallet as a then, you're actually going to be having much more than what you kept there in January last year, because as of January last year, it was worth around maybe $1,000 was worth around 365,000 naira, because exchange rate then was around 365. But as of today now, exchange rate for naira is about 450, 470, 480. So anybody holding naira in their bank account, the valuation has actually affected it. And just imagine you holding gold to hedge against this devaluation, or holding USDT pegged cryptocurrency. You're actually a step ahead of most people. And another problem most people had, as I then everybody, they were already thinking of what was going to happen due to the pandemic, that devaluation, inflation, everything is going to happen. But people didn't have the access. They don't have the information in which they can use to store their wealth. But the people that have access to this information, they already moved their fiat into dollar-backed and cryptocurrency. They moved it into precious metals like gold. So I think the industry is actually just getting started.
And just to add to what he said about, so people get the impression that fiat currency is actually stable. But when you look at the exchange rates of currencies versus the US dollar, which is like the global standard, you'll find that not every dollar is a dollar. Not every naira is a naira. A dollar in January is not a dollar in December. You would expect that the same is that for crypto, but in crypto there are, like Dion said, stable coins. Stable coins mean you hold $1 in January, it's $1 in December. It allows you also hedge against all the fluctuations in the market, and being able to buy your gold easily. Hi Dion, you're back.
I just popped off to the bathroom, so sorry about that.
And that in your experience so far in the gold market, what has been the major challenges you've had when navigating from being in the gold industry to being a crypto person? How has been the journey so far?
Was that for me? So I actually was not a gold person before I was a crypto person. Ironically, I was a crypto person first and foremost. And the transition, well, there was very little transition because they all existed on the same universe, which is Ethereum. So Ethereum is obviously a blockchain itself, which is basically enveloping a lot of these traditional financial products and models and making it possible. All of this incredible innovation that we're talking about, whether it be stable coins or lending or putting gold and precious metals on blockchain. So the transition was quite seamless. A lot of the properties of gold are very similar to Bitcoin, as I said. And I think gold is an incredible asset purely for the fact that you can't print more of it. You know, the central narrative or thesis, which is, for Bitcoin, I suppose, or for, many digital assets, is that you can't just manipulate the supply. You can't just choose to turn on the money printer. So the fact that gold holds many of those similar properties to crypto, as a person who is a crypto person, it was a very easy to understand the value proposition of gold, and also very easy to understand the product because the product was existing on Ethereum. So I'm not sure if that was the right answer, but yeah, that was my sort of trajectory into gold. So yeah, it was definitely a crypto person first.
Yeah, that gives us a lot of information, especially for people that are wondering how easy it is to work in those two industries. They are really not so much of a difference. And one of the hottest things in crypto these days is Defi, decentralized finance. And like Dion said, having access to being able to unlock the power of your assets, like stuff like stable coins, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, mining, farming these days. We just ape into everything these days. The farms always have the way where DeFi is funny.
What are farms?
What are farms? Dion is laughing. Dion, do you want to help me with that?
Yeah. So let me think about this. So a farm is obviously just there's obviously no agriculture involved, although there's a lot of agriculture jokes. In the same way that you think about Bitcoin mining, where it's basically like a real effort thing that goes in, the idea of farming is that you put your liquidity somewhere, you put your assets somewhere, and they work for you and they grow into something larger. So the farming is just a metaphor, I suppose, for the fact that you're extracting further value from your assets. And that value comes in, fairer fee allocations. So you're actually getting rewarded fees for the use of your money, or you're receiving interest on lending your money out. So you can think of farming as effectively a fairer interest rate, or a fairer way of actually monetizing yield. And that doesn't sound very sexy. So instead, the way that crypto markets these products is they put an emoji that represents a food, and it basically represents you making more food. But what you're actually doing is just making your money work harder and getting a fairer yield, which is something that traditional finance is very, very, very predatory, basically. Very predatory at using your money and making an enormous profit from your money without then passing that down the chain. So to answer what is farming is in effect putting your money somewhere to receive a higher yield than if you didn't place it in those, decentralized pools of money.
Thank you, Dion. Just to break that down a bit more, in banking, when you deposit your money in the bank assigns you an interest rate of maybe, a savings account has an interest rate of like maybe say 0.5%. Now, the bank takes the 1 million you give to them, and they give it to Mr. Ade, who wants to buy a car. So your 1 million is in your savings account at 0.5% per annum, which means effectively you will earn maybe 5,000 naira on 1 million naira over a year if you don't touch the money. Now, the bank takes the same 1 million in January that you deposited and give it to Mr. Ade that wants to buy a new car. But he is taking the car loan at, say, 25% per annum, which means the bank earns around 250,000 naira on your 1 million naira. Now, the difference between what the bank is doing and what you're doing is about 245,000. Let's say for their efforts, their marketing, their goodwill, their stress, they deduct another 100,000. There is still 145 left, which means ideally, if they are being nice to you, we should do maybe, 50, 50, 60, 40, 70, 30, at least more than 5,000 a month.
And
now, in DeFi, it's more of we are the bank. We all put our money in the pool. The lenders come. The lenders borrow the money. The lenders do what they want with the money. So like Dion is opening his new shop, the non-collateralized loans. It's the same way I would go to Dion's store and provide liquidity, put my money in Dion's store, and when somebody comes to take a loan from Dion will pay me a very handsome percentage of that liquidity compared to what I will get from what a bank is doing. So that's why we call it farming, because it's more of we're all doing the work, we're all reaping the rewards. And the beauty of DeFi is that it transcends the banking interest rates, it transcends the inflation rate of the country. It allows you to also move your funds without penalties, like really little penalties here and there. And you also have the advantage of being able to see exactly what your funds are doing at every point in time. You don't really lose track of your funds. There's a dashboard, there's an explorer. You know what your money is doing all the time. And this is where we're getting to, where you're able to transfer your fiat into an asset like gold, which might not really move at the pace of, and yes, there's always the risk of loss. There's the risk of smart contract exploits. There's the risk of hacking. But yeah, banks get robbed. Yes. Banks go under. Companies get liquidated. Savannah Bank is no more. So the same way a bank will run under and you will lose your money and you have to go to the FDIC, the NDIC to get your funds back, or a percentage of your funds back according to what they protect. It's the same way DeFi works to allow you enjoy the benefits for as long as possible, while also understanding that you're taking these risks. While the level of risk are different, the risk-reward ratio it makes it infinitely worth the effort. And also the same way you have it with banks, where some banks are more trustworthy than others, some have more fidelity than others. You can guarantee some better than you can guarantee others. It's the same. It's the same way with smart contracts. You choose your farm carefully. You choose those you farm with carefully. But at the end of the day, the concepts, the parallels are there in the blockchain, the tech space, the fintech space, the banking space, and gold. The parallels are there. It's just a case of we having an enabling environment where the government allows us to carry solutions from one part to the other. So, and you have a lot to say about that.
Actually, I wanted to buttress the point of the bank giving you 0.5%. The 0.5% they are giving you is actually not 0.5%, because at the end of the month, they will still charge you bank maintenance fee, ATM fee, and the likes. And yes, now, and the funny thing is that when you come to farming, we have some farms that you get up to 270% APR. Yes, on stablecoin. It's not on Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency that is volatile. On stablecoin like USDT, USDC, BUSD, if you are farming them, if you stake them, at the end of the year, if you put 100,000 naira, you are getting extra 170,000 naira on it. But if you don't want to go for the farming, if you want to go for staking, you can go to more secure exchanges like Binance now and stake your USDT, and you'll be getting 8% APR. So at the end of the year, if you put 1 million naira, you are getting 80,000 naira, which I think is actually much more fairer than what the traditional bank is offering.
Yes,
us.
and because you are also doing it in dollars, it's a case of in January you change 1 million naira in January at maybe say 480, and you're getting say 8% per annum. So it's an extra say 8,000 on your 1 million. But because it's in dollar and it's in stable coin, the exchange rate of naira, I'd not being pessimistic, but a year from now, given current trends, would expect that there is certain shift in exchange rates between now and the end of the year. So when your stake is in a stabler currency than the naira, you see that you are also enjoying your interest in FX. And by the time you do the conversion back, you're also hedging against all the typical volatilities that you see in fiat. So fiat is not really as stable as we make it sound at the end of the day. It depends on what kind of fiat you're holding. So that's another point.
What I was going to add when I was listening to all of this is also that bridge of gold, that in the Sanu ecosystem, just like you were saying, if you're afraid and you can't sleep at night because suddenly, this 100% return I just made on this crypto, I don't know what will happen tomorrow. You quickly run into gold to say, you know what, my heart is okay. This money I've made, I want to sleep. You just move into gold in the Sanu ecosystem and you hold your money. So that's also what Sanu allows you to do. It allows you have that wallet swap, where if you're playing the crypto space, it's there and you want to run and say, I think I just want to be stable for now because it's going too crazy, I need to sleep. So I thought about that when he said, gold. And I said, well, that's what gold could do for you. If you're suddenly in this transition zone of, I'm afraid, then gold gives you the stability to transition in and out.
Right. Just to add to that, another key thing to note is there's been a lot of attention in the blockchain space these days in terms of government regulations and the reactions of people to the resistance of centralized institutions to adoption. Without trying to shake tables, it's more of a case of, I like to think that new things that replace old things usually encounter some level of friction. the level of friction is different depending on where you are. It's also the fear of they. They said they should not do it. They said it is bad. They said you would lose your money. Yes, sometimes you will lose your money, but you can lose your money everywhere else. So I think it's just more of a call to action that we should do more of education than brick walling. The moment you refuse to accept that, with recent activities and declarations in the country, we normally refer to it as placing a fence in front of in the middle of a football field. You can put 3 goalkeepers at the center field and say you have more keepers than everybody else, but it does not mean your opponent will still not score. So bring 2 keepers, bring 3 keepers, bring 4 keepers, play 23 against 11. We play. Right. That's just we. It's a case of we just need to understand that it's easier to understand new concepts and work with new concepts than try to force air back into a bottle. It's not going back in. It will stay out. You can push all you can, but it will stay out. And not just in the money section. It goes beyond money. It goes beyond transactions. It goes beyond banks. It goes beyond Bitcoin. It goes to record keeping. The use of multiple biometric systems for the same purpose. The use of the same records on different ledgers. Imagine having one central book that has all the information of everybody, and everybody has access to the same information, and that information cannot be changed. In blockchain, there's a saying that code is law. When you say code is law, it means once it goes on the blockchain, it can never be rewritten. You can't pay somebody extra 15K to change your A to E. Once it's done, it's done. Blockchain blocks cannot be reversed. The transactions are permanent. The applications in identity management is a fantastic case study if the centralized beings will allow it to flourish. The applications in remittance are endless. In education, in work, in industry building, actually, in job creation. Blockchain is not just for developers. It's not just for smart people. There are writers in blockchain. You get paid without having to interact with people. There are contracts that serve as escrow for millions of dollars without anybody being present. There's a system called swap. Swap is a place where you put a price on an asset, you store it in the contracts. People go there and see what is available. They pick what they want and they go. There is no goalkeeper. There is no auditor. But because code is law, what goes in, goes in. What stays out, stays out. So it's a case of us doing more to push this technology forward and allow it flourish. And not flourish in a way that it's uncontrollable. Well, it's uncontrollable still, but but there's a level of centralized regulations that assist countries to tax blockchain. In Slovenia, in Slovenia, all blockchain assets are taxed at a certain rate. In Germany, you can withdraw your crypto into the economy and the government taxes you around, like, say, 40%. In Australia, you pay also 40% every year on your crypto assets once you're withdrawing. And if you make a loss, you also declare as a loss. You don't get charged on that. And in everywhere you go, countries now have laws that allow you to take note of what a person holds in crypto. It's the same way you handle stocks and you declare your capital gains at the end of the year for taxation as personal income taxes. It's the same way a person that is holding digital assets can also, the means to declare these assets are there. Yes, there are means to also escape those assets, but then again, keepers are keepers, strikers are strikers. It's everywhere. So crypto can be taxed. Dion, would you want to say something about crypto taxation in Australia?
And it's actually not just Australia. It's across the whole world, and it's a really important point. Bit of reverberation, but when you borrow against a crypto asset, such as with Loader, which is what I'm doing, but there's also lots of other platforms that do this, you don't engage a capital gains event because you have not sold the asset. And that's a very important distinction, because you only create a capital gains event or a taxation event when you sell and when you sell at profit. However, if you borrow against that asset, you have not sold that asset. So you can get, say, up to 60 or 70% of the value of that asset by borrowing against collateral. And in this case, with DeFi and other things like this, crypto is a very accepted form of collateral in all of these platforms, where it isn't for, say, the bank. So you can borrow money against crypto without having a capital gains event, and then essentially hedge your bets, because you're still holding your crypto, but you're also getting use of cash to then buy onto off-chain things, like whether that's a holiday or a house or a car or whatever. So that's, again, another example of making your crypto work harder. Crypto has such incredible utility that just buying a token and hoping it goes up is nonsensical. It's not the nature of the beast. They have such incredible things, and that's what we're trying to do. Or that's what I'm trying to do with Loader is allow people to both have collateralized loans where they borrow against their crypto, and eventually as well to allow people to borrow money in an uncollateralized way. So without having money to put up, like actually allowing them to still borrow money and have access to financial markets is what we're trying to achieve. But yeah, sorry to interject, but I think it's an important point.
John, we're at the end of the session now. Wow, time goes by really fast when you're having fun. Any last words, Dion, before you go?
Spoken too much already. I just want to say thank you so much for your time, and yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you guys. It's a bit of a rare thing to speak to another continent on a Wednesday night. So yeah, thanks so much for your time, and that's it. It's a great event, really well organized.
Mohammed?
Yes, thank you, Bolaji. It has actually been a very interesting session, and I enjoyed myself here.
All right. Also, Nire, last words?
Yeah, I think this has just been an awesome, like I told you, everything blockchain, crypto still just sets me off in a lot of excitement, like a newborn baby. But all over again, when you were speaking, I just started thinking, for Africa, isn't this the solution to corruption? I mean, isn't this just a way to become transparent? And if we, like I said, honestly, I look at it as, if the world, let me now use nicer words. If the world wants to evolve to be more truthful and more fair and more transparent, I think there could be a consolidated effort in the world towards that path. Even with the government, like you said, governments taking their position of control. But transparency, they could be in control, but the blockchain is transparent. And so when I look at this, really, for me, I'm excited about the future of gold. I'm excited of the future of Africa, because once blockchain, and like you said, once this gets around in all our countries, I mean, this is the future. This blockchain technology is the future of fairness, and it's just the future of a better world. So that's my thing.
All right. Thank you all the speakers for the time, and the audience has been fantastic. Just to add that we're coming back by 12 p.m. sharp for the next session that has to do with gold mining project updates. We'll be talking a lot more about the gold mining section and the updates in gold mining in Africa and the world in general. Thank you everybody for your time, and that's a wrap.
many me that I'm for man.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are here for the next session at Gold Week Africa. We're talking mining, gold mining project updates and opportunities. We've had a great morning this morning. This is the last day of Gold Week Africa. If you missed the session, very, very fresh session this morning on gold and crypto and digital, you may catch this on our YouTube channel, Gold West Africa YouTube channel. The session will be available for you there to watch again later today and later on this week. So to start the session today, let me just tell you that we have 4 presentations, 4 project updates from around the West Africa region. We're going to have 4 presentations, and the first one is taking us to Senegal. We've got the Makabingui Gold project that is being presented by Moussa Diba Bassari, who's the exploration manager of Makabingui Gold operation in Senegal. Just to introduce our speaker to you, I'll tell you a little bit about Mr. Moussa Diba. After a short passage in oil and gas exploration in 1995, working for Tullow Oil Geophysica in Senegal, Mr. Diba worked especially in gold exploration and mining. From 1996 to now, he has successfully worked for multinational mining companies such as Anglo Gold Ashanti, IM Gold Agem, Rand Gold Resources, Mineral Deposits Limited, MDL, and Bassari Resources Limited. Mr. Diba has been the exploration manager of Bassari Resources Limited since 2009. He has more than 20 years' experience in gold exploration and mining. He's also director of Makabingui Gold operations since 2020. He holds a geological engineering degree from the Earth Science Institute of Dakar University, Sheikh Anta Diop in Senegal. And he's also a member of the Australian Institute of Mining and Metallurgy. Good morning, Mr. Diba, and please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Self?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hear you now. Great.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. That's it's a pleasure to attend this conference. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's correct. I will be very happy today to talk about Makabingui Gold operation and Makabingui Gold deposit. As you know, I was leading the team who discovered this deposit. But as you know, a deposit is always discovered by a team. And it was a pleasure to be leading this team discovering Makabingui Gold deposit. Slide, please. Next slide. Makabingui Gold project stages. We are now developing the mine. We have a bankable feasibility study. Let's say 2 bankable feasibility study, one in 2014 and another one in 2017. Why 2 feasibility study? As you know, in 2014, the area was, was occupied by illegals, and there was also starting to mine some of the surface gold. That's why after 2 years, mining illegally around the deposit, it was recommended to do again an update of the feasibility study. That's why we move forward with another feasibility study. But all the feasibility study come up with similar results. The project stage is also an open pit open pit mining with conventional gravity and carbonate enrich. As you know, Makabingui is a gold deposit with a lot of free gold. And you know, the test work we did recommend an open pit conventional gravity with carbonate enrich. Next slide, please. The location of the project. We are to the southeast of Senegal. As in the Birimian rocks, is about 700 kilometers from Dakar. And in this area, we have mainly what we call the Kedougou-Kenyaba inlier. There are Birimian rocks with two groups of domains. We have a volcanic domain to the west and a sedimentary domain to the east. And if you look at the map, we have mainly two main structures controlling all the gold deposit. The one to the west is called the Sabodala main fault, and the one to the east is the Senegal Mali fault. As you can see, all the deposits are related to these two major faults in the area. And in this area, we have, you can see it in this map, we have 3 permits. The one to the north is called the Mura permit. Bassari is in joint venture with a local Senegal company called Sengold. Sengold owns 30% and Bassari 70%. The next one to the south is the Sambara, is called now the Lafia permit, is an exploration permit. And within that, near that, to the west of this exploration permit, we have our Makabingui exploitation permit. The Makabingui exploitation permit is just come from the what the previous exploration permit, the Sambarabugu permit. As you know, exploration start with exploration permit, and if you define the deposit, you are confined around that deposit. That's why the Makabingui exploitation permit is about 122 kilometers is this permit. The next slide, please. Makabingui itself, we'll be talking about the geology. As you know, is a deposit
comme vous le savez,
sitting.
C'est un dépôt.
Is sitting in the sedimentary package, but that package sedimentary
C'est un
is
dépôt qui est ici dans le paquet sédimentaire
by a granite.
par un
Another
granit.
intrusive is a gabbro-diorite intrusive. As you know, is a big shear. We call it the Lafia shear, trending north-south. And in the shear,
C'est un
is,
long
we
étendu.
have granites and meta-gabbro coming up in the shear.
Et nous avons le granit et quelques autres
And
parties.
in the shear, we have several multiple veins, mineralized veins,
Nous avons également
trending northeast and dipping to the south.
Nous avons également
Some
beaucoup
are
de rochers, divers
shallow
types de
dipping,
rochers.
and some are steeply dipping. And
Certains sont en profondeur et d'autres sont un peu plus en profondeur.
if you look at the map, we have
Si vous
very
voyez bien la
high
carte,
grade zone sitting
Nous avons une très grande zone
the contact of the gabbro and the sediments.
qui nous localise là où se trouvent
It's
les
just
sédiments.
if you hear about Sabodala, the structure controlling the gold is
Si vous
similar
voyez
to the
bien, vous allez
Sabodala one.
comprendre que la structure qui
have
contrôle l'emplacement de l'or, c'est similaire.
A main structure trending
Nous avons
northeast,
une grande structure, une structure
cut
principale,
by a northwest structure dipping to the
qui est
northeast.
délimitée par une structure au
And
nord-ouest.
all the high grade zones are sitting at the intersection of
Et les zones qui sont
structure.
les zones qui sont mises au point ici parlent également de la même structure.
And as you can see, we define in this zone 1 million ounces of gold, averaging 2.6 gram ton. In the 1 million,
2,6.
in the 1 million ounces, we define
Maintenant, dans le million d'onces,
very
nous avons
high grade
défini
zones,
une très grande zone.
and we are now targeting, the high grade zone. We define
Et
4
maintenant, nous
tips.
ciblons la grande zone.
We define 4 tips, and we are going to mine
Nous avons
these
défini 4 types.
4 pits
Et nous allons essayer de creuser
in open
dans ces 4
cut
zones.
mining. And the strategy is to come up with cash flow, to come up
Donc,
with
le
cash
plan,
flow
c'est
and
d'avoir
develop
des
the rest.
ressources financières afin de bien pouvoir exécuter ce plan.
Next slide, please.
Le partage suivant, s'il vous plaît.
Comme vous allez le voir, donc ce diapo, this slide is showing the mineralization, style.
Vous pouvez le voir. Donc, ce partage montre la minéralisation.
You see, we have plenty of free gold.
Nous avons beaucoup de frigos ici.
We have gold mineralized structure associated with silica, carbonate, sericite, pyrite, arsenopyrite,
Nous avons
and
beaucoup
pyrrhotite.
de minéraux ici.
Significant free gold, leading to sample processing, incorporating gravity circuit.
Et ces ressources, ces minéraux sont incorporés ici, selon leurs caractéristiques.
The metallurgical tests we have done show very high gold
Et l'étude
recovery,
métallurgique que nous avons fait a prouvé
greater than 95% overall recovery.
que la présence de l'or ici est plus grande à la découverte que nous avons fait jusqu'ici.
And with the free gold, we can recover up to 80% of the
Donc
gold.
ça veut dire que nous pouvons extraire plus de 80% de l'or.
Next slide, please.
Suivant.
This is the summary of the resources.
Voici le résumé des ressources.
Makabingui now is about 1 million ounces resources.
Et ça s'évalue à 1 million de ressources.
In the 1 million, we have indicated resources
Maintenant, dans
about
le million, nous avons indiqué les ressources qui s'évaluent à 26 000.
Inferred, we have inferred resources 639,000.
En fait, nous avons plus de 639 000 ressources ici.
And the average grade is 2.6. As you can see,
Et le taux moyen c'est 2,6.
Yeah, it's a very good deposit.
Donc c'est un très grand dépôt.
We did the feasibility study with Mincore. The Mincore just update the feasibility study, but the first one was done by Amdad. Amdad is
donc la première a été faite par Amdad.
Amdad is an Australian company, independent,
Donc Amdad est une compagnie qui investit.
And Mincore has done also the update of the feasibility study, previously done by Amdad. And you can see the results from
Et
that.
beaucoup de travaux ont été effectués par Amdad, comme vous pouvez le voir sur l'étude ici.
Next.
Suivant, s'il vous plaît.
this is the process, the treatment process. As I was saying before previously, it will be a process consisting of a series of crushing, grinding, screening, and gold recovery by gravity concentration first, 80%, up to 80%, and the residue leached by cyanide to increase gold recovery up to more than 90%. The plant capacity is 300,000 tonnes per year.
À 300 000 tonnes par an.
Next slide, please.
Suivant, s'il vous plaît.
This is the development team. Now we are developing the project, and we have
Maintenant, nous développons le projet.
Who designed the project. Mincor is overall responsible for the project.
Une conception s'appelant
and we have also junction mining contract. Junction mining contract will be doing the mining. Will handle the mining operations. We have standing wave who are undertaking all the steel work and the piping. Makabingui Gold team will be doing the civil work. Kelsey will undertake the electrical work. Delmas will do all the power. As you can see, the project is now going, underway going. All these people are the development team.
Et nous avons bien délimité les équipes respectives pour les travaux qu'ils doivent faire.
Next
Donc,
slide,
le projet marche bien. Suivant, s'il vous plaît.
This is the permit itself, the mining permit.
Donc, voici le permis de la...
is 122 square kilometers. This is the mining area. From the mining area to the plant area is about 10 kilometers. This is the whole road linking the mining area and the plant area. We have around the plant. We have a water dam already, 500 cubic megaliter water dam. What we have achieved up to now is the construction of the mine raw part and mine west dump. We fence the mining area. We update the camp. Now we have a camp housing 114, including medical and mess facilities. We increase the security force. As you know, the area, we have a lot of illegals around. That's why the security force was increased up to 40 personnel. Complete the first phase of the grade control drilling with very good results. We rehabilitate all the access roads. We have the main component of the treatment plant in place. They need to be put together. And junction mining is, as I said, appointed to do the mining. You have Vivo, is called Shell, is appointed also for the fuel supply. Next slide, please. This is the camp, some picture from the camp, the mess, the clinic, and this is some of the rooms. And at the end, the camp will be housing about 200 people. Next slide, please. Yeah, I have to just tell you that we used to have alluvial plant, and this project will be built around the infrastructure of our old, alluvial plant. That's why it will be an upgrade. We are upgrading our existing, plant. This is, the plant, as you can see. we are just adding additional equipments, you know, to upgrade it and make it work. Next slide, please. These are the, you know, the equipment we receive. They are, you know, bore mills, crushers, cyclone, and agitator. You know, they just arrive and need to be put together. Next slide, please. These are additional, you know, additional containers with item for the treatment plant receive on site. Next slide. This is the whole road in construction. It's nearly finished. This is the wrong part also in construction. This is the pit 2 area. You know, during the grade control, we did the grade control, and the results confirm, you know, the grade is ready to go. We have part of the fence, you know, we fenced the deposit to secure. Next slide. This is the, you know, the 500 megaliter water dam with water in it already. Next slide. This is presenting, you know, the result received from the grade control. As you can see, the structure trending northeast and dipping to the south. And with the grade, as you can see, some are very, very high. We confirm the grade of the pit 1. This is pit 1. Next slide. Pit 2. This is pit 2. In pit 2, you are going fast, I think. The previous one, please. It is a no, previously. This is Makabingui South. And Makabingui, as you can see in the previous slide, Makabingui is supported by Makabingui South and Makabingui East. There are additional, additional discoveries. Makabingui South is about 12 kilometers strike, and with the drilling we did there, we confirmed that we have a big zone, 12 kilometers with economic grade, and Makabingui will be spot by Makabingui South. We need only to come up with cash flow we will be having from Makabingui and do all the drilling we need to increase the resources, increase the resource coming from Makabingui South and Makabingui East. The corporate structure is Basari hold 63% of Makabingui, and Watik, or local company, hold 27%, the government 10%. This is the structure holding the Makabingui gold operations. Next slide. This is just summarizing. As you can see, we have the OPEX is estimated to 6, 7, 8. These figures was calculated using 1200 with gold price. With the gold price actually, which is 1800. This project is more than economic. It was economic with 1200, but with the gold price actually, it is more than economic. Next slide, please. Yeah, just our plan. This is summarizing a little bit the plan. We are going to mine the 4 pits. you know, in the 11 square kilometers, it's Makabingui. 180,000 ounces reserve was identified already, and we will be mining, producing, 70,000 ounces per annum using our 300,000 capacity plant. We are assuming now with the 700, gold price, annual net income will be $51.1 million with the current market. With our current market capitalization is 35 million Australian dollar. We need to complete the project. We need additional fund. It is estimated to $10 million to complete the project. We will be increasing resources along the 12 kilometer strike on Makabingui South, but also Makabingui itself. We have rooms, we will be drilling and come up with additional resources. Document available, we have, 2 set of job definitive feasibility report. No risk now. As you know, Senegal is one of the most stable jurisdiction in Africa. The risk is very, very, very minimum, Next slide. This is the team, our part of the security team. Next slide. This is the construction team led by Mr. Andrew Good, who is the project manager. He is now in US stuck because of COVID, but he will be coming soon if we get the additional funds we are now working on. Next slide. This is the geology team, we was doing a training, dataman training, as you know, is very important for the project. Next slide. For more detail, please, you can contact Alex Mackenzie. Alex is here in this office with me, and also you can contact me. These are the the numbers you can call, and you will be having more detailed information about the project. This is the summary of the Makabingui Gold project, and I was very happy to talk about this project, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Round of applause from our studio audience here. Thank you so much, Musa, for that very comprehensive outline of the project. It looks very impressive and very interesting. Just want to ask a couple of questions, and then we're going to have the other speakers, and maybe towards the end we'll just do a wrap-up with everybody. But one of the questions, you may have touched on this a little bit, but maybe you can elaborate. Fundraising is the largest challenge all juniors face, particularly whilst they hover in that delta between pre-feasibility and bankable feasibility. You did mention about it's about $10 million that a gap in fundraising that you're looking for in the project. What stage of the fundraising cycle are you currently at, was the question.
With different group, maybe I cannot talk about the name of the group now, but there are several group financial people who are looking to support the project. But they are now doing the the due diligence of the project, and we hope soon we'll be coming up with additional with offer an additional fund to continue the project. But there are several.
Just another question around risk, and obviously Senegal and Senegal as a mining investment destination. Obviously, West Africa. There we had projects the other day from Sierra Leone. We had Nigerian projects presented. What, in your opinion, would be the you did mention that Senegal is an incredibly stable country. What else gives Senegal that competitive advantage when it comes to trying to raise funds for a project like this?
In Senegal, we start having, mining operation going on. We have the Sabodala. Sabodala was the first one, really very first and big one. Is now operating, correctly. We have also the Mako project, with is operating also correctly. We have I Am Gold with the Toro with the Boto project. They are now also moving with development. As you can see, some of the major mining company are developing project in Senegal, and with this movement, we think Senegal is setting up proper infrastructure, proper even administrative procedure to help the mining moving.
I think a stable country, the legal and regulatory framework that's in place, I think the presence of a lot of other multinational gold mining juniors and industrial miners there does give a positive message that Senegal is perhaps a good place to watch. Thank you again so much for your presentation. Please stay with us. We're going to move on and then perhaps do a wrap-up at the end. We've got to get through a few more presentations. Our next presentation is projects in Ghana. I just want to check that our presenter is with us. So what we'll do now is we're going to cut away just for another 20-odd minutes, and we'll come back with a presentation from Eric Raton, who's going to present Rox Gold, who's present in a few countries in the West African region. So a really good West African and regional perspective. Please tune back in 30 minutes, and we'll start again with Eric's presentation. Thank you. We are talking gold mining projects, updates and opportunities. We move from Senegal to Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire with a presentation from Eric Grattan, who is the external relations of the West Africa for Rox Gold. Just a little bit about Eric before he comes on to present. He has been with Rox Gold for 5.5 years, since 2015. He's located in Abidjan in Ivory Coast. He is responsible for the day-to-day management of the company's in-country interests in Burkina Faso and Ivory Coast, focused on external stakeholder management, including government relations, legal affairs, and head offices infrastructures in both countries. Bonjour, Eric. I'm going to hand over to you. You can put your mic on, and please go ahead with the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Nicole. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks to Gold West Africa for the invitation. I'll do my presentation in French, as discussed, but I'll be more than happy to take questions in English at the end. Donc, bonjour à tous et à toutes. Ça me fait vraiment plaisir ce matin de vous parler de Rox Gold, qui est, comme c'est mentionné sur la diapo, le prochain producteur multi-actif en Afrique de l'Ouest. Next slide, please. Next slide. Donc, ici, la première diapo que je vous montre, c'est, vous voyez à gauche un peu les accomplissements et vous allez voir à droite les projets futurs au niveau de Rox Gold. Alors, comme vous pouvez voir, je vais vous parler ce matin de notre mine en opération depuis 2016, Yaramoko, au Burkina Faso. Je vais vous parler ensuite de Séguéla, une mine en construction présentement en Côte d'Ivoire. Et finalement, je vais vous parler également de Boussoura, notre projet en exploration avancée au niveau du Burkina. Donc, si on regarde à gauche, effectivement, la colonne de gauche, vous voyez qu'on a, en 2021, on a encore une production entre 120 et 130 000 onces prévues au niveau de Yaramoko, avec une marge de profit de plus de 1 000 $ l'once, ce qui rend ce projet-là très rentable. Plus de 47 millions de dollars en banque, un retour sur l'investissement de 57% entre 2016 et 2019 et une augmentation des ressources de 158% du côté des mesurés et indiqués et 41% du côté des ressources inférées. Donc, du côté droit, vous voyez la production de Séguéla, donc la mine qui est en construction présentement en Côte d'Ivoire. On prévoit une production de plus de 140 000 onces par année pour les 3 premières années, débutant l'année prochaine, en 2022. Donc, la décision de construction est en fait, on dit la mi-2021, mais on a déjà commencé beaucoup de travaux préliminaires. Et puis, on a reçu le permis d'exploitation qui a été approuvé au mois de décembre dernier. Donc, on est vraiment bien avancé à ce niveau-là. Il y a une possibilité il y a plusieurs opportunités de développement au niveau de Séguéla même et aussi de façon régionale. Et donc, on va définitivement... il y a la question de la conversion des ressources puis de l'augmentation des ressources et réserves aussi à Yaramoko. Puis finalement, le projet de Boussoura dont je vais vous parler également. Next slide, please. Donc, vous voyez ici,
You can see
on cherche à démontrer
what I'm trying to do. Showcase
l'excellence au niveau du développement.
excellence in project advancement.
On voit que
You can see
c'est vraiment
is a very special online complex.
Le projet de Séguéla, on va
And
vous
Séguéla Gold project
qui est bien avancé.
also well advanced.
En deuxième, vous voyez la création
And the second party, we have the creation of long-term sustainable value,
qui est démontrée là,
which shows Séguéla was acquisition,
l'augmentation des ressources au niveau de
resource growth at Yaramoto,
découverte au niveau de
and Kusura and Discovery.
on mentionne finalement la
The
bonne
third part,
gestion financière.
we have disciplined capital management, strong balance sheet,
Et aussi le fait qu'on n'a pas
operative
émis de
growth,
supplémentaires depuis.
operative growth on per share.
Next slide, please. Donc, ici, on a quelques chiffres au niveau de la performance financière et de la performance
You can see the
opérative.
financial and the operating performance, the proven track record of operating value. We have revenue with an increase of over $250 million in 2020, and then that's about the all gold, and also the benefits.
Impôts et dépréciation amortissement. Vous voyez que là aussi, on est presque à 100 millions de dollars.
Over $5 million in 2020.
Au niveau des flows,
As regards the flow, as regards cash
on
flow,
voit que c'est
you can see
en augmentation.
an increase,
Est resté
and the production
stable
is relatively
aux
stable
dernières années.
in the past 3 years.
Évidemment, avec
And evidently,
de la teneur du minerai, on a une production qui est un peu
the
inférieure.
production, which is a little bit inferior to 20.
On a bon espoir et on va continuer à développer et
We also try to develop
une production qui va aller
a position that is going to be
être
higher,
égale ou supérieure dans les années à venir.
more higher than what we have.
Vous voyez ici
And the production
les
cost
coûts d'opération à la tonne sont à la baisse.
is low.
On est aidé par le fait qu'on a réussi à avoir des réductions au niveau de notre sous-traitant principal, AUMS, qui est du sous-traitant sous-table. Puis finalement, bon, la marge
Finally,
d'opération,
the operating margin,
profit,
the profit margin, that is to say,
l'année dernière,
for the last year, previous year, we have about $1.5 on the right. You can see
les montants d'argent qu'on a en banque,
the accumulated cost
qui est en train
on
de
the debt, which is related.
Next slide, please. Donc, ici, on revient encore sur
Talking about the promoting long-term sustainable value.
à long terme. Et on parle ici de l'avancement des projets
And value acquisition, production of
en 2018, l'acquisition de Séguéla,
acquisition of Séguéla. We have the feasibility study, which is important.
du permis
The acquisition of the
Et ici, ensuite, on voit la
Acquisition of
question
exploration.
de l'augmentation des ressources et
of
réserves
augmentation and increase
et
of
les
growth.
succès d'exploration.
Can see the
On
exploration.
mentionne que, au niveau de Séguéla,
At Séguéla,
on fait des
we
découvertes
already have
supplémentaires par
some
rapport à ce qu'on
discovery
avait
as regards what we
sur
have
la
in
faisabilité initiale.
the feasibility study,
On a
initial
ajouté
study.
la fosse de Koula, par exemple, avec plus de 200
We have
000
the
ressources
first
supplémentaires. Et
First
Boussura,
and
qui est un
and
projet
this year, which is also a large scale project.
qu'on espère deviendra la prochaine mine au Burkina Faso. Et donc, on voit ici, vous avez un peu de
See also here
différentes données sur la
of data
position au niveau du
on the position of
et
cash flow,
du free cash flow également, qui est
the cash flow
montré
equally,
ici, de 2019 à 60 millions de dollars.
$50 million.
Next slide, please.
Here, the companies who are responsible. You can see companies as regards health and security.
La santé sécurité, on est assez fiers de notre
safety
avec un seul LTI sur cette travailler. Au niveau du développement communautaire, Rox Gold a été reconnu à plusieurs reprises au niveau du Burkina pour sa performance RSE. Et vous voyez ici les montants d'investissement et on a plus de 90% de nos employés qui sont burkinabés. On est très fiers côté environnement, plus de 100 000 arbres qui ont été replantés depuis 2015. Et vous voyez ici aussi la recyclage au niveau du résidu dont on est bien fiers également. Next slide, please. OK, donc ici, on va parler un peu plus spécifiquement de zone 55, qui est notre première mine souterraine, qui est environ 2 km au sud, qui est notre seconde mine souterraine. Vous voyez un peu le look général de l'ensemble du projet. Next slide. OK, donc ici, les statistiques principales de Yaramoko. La production de l'année dernière de 2019 à 104 506 000 tonnes extraites, avec une dernière moyenne à 8,5 grammes tonnes. Au départ, quand on a commencé le projet, on était à 15 grammes tonnes de moyenne. Maintenant, on est à 8,5, ce qui fait encore de la haute teneur au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, avec un taux de récupération de 1400 tonnes environ qui sont traitées à l'usine. Next slide, please. Donc ici, ce qu'on cherche à illustrer, c'est le fait que Yaramoko a encore beaucoup de potentiel. On dit que c'est ouvert en profondeur. On a commencé à faire du forage à partir du niveau 4700, soit 600 mètres sous terre. Et vous voyez ici un peu le programme de forage. Il y a évidemment, on va continuer le forage, puis on a du forage souterrain qui se fait à partir du niveau 4300 à partir de 2020. Donc, où on voit les flèches en bas à droite, vous voyez qu'il y a encore du potentiel supplémentaire du côté de Yaramoko. Et on voit dans le petit rectangle la quantité d'onces et le fait qu'on a déterminé qu'on allait pouvoir une fosse à ciel ouvert pardon, pour continuer d'exploiter le potentiel qui est donc ici, effectivement, cette diapo-là, ça montre le côté près de la surface. Donc, ça devrait nous permettre d'augmenter la durée de vie de la mine. Et on a quelques petites explications qui suivent. Donc, on dit que on veut regarder sur toute la propriété au niveau près de la surface pour voir s'il y a d'autres potentiels. Présentement, il y a des réserves et ressources qui ont été en fait rapportées le 20 juin dernier. qui montre tout le potentiel près de la surface. Next slide, please. Donc ici, vous voyez le côté d'exploration régionale au niveau de Yaramoko. Puis on montre sur la diapo, on montre quelles sont les cibles prioritaires qui vont être exploitées dans les prochains mois, prochaines années. Donc, on investit au niveau de l'exploration régionale dans la zone même du permis d'exploitation et à d'autres endroits dont on va discuter tout à l'heure. Next slide, please. Séguéla, donc ça c'est notre projet phare. Vous voyez ici l'overview du projet avec les différentes fosses qui sont indiquées et l'emplacement des différentes infrastructures qu'on a commencé à préparer. On a commencé à préparer le terrain. J'étais sur place il y a 2 semaines, puis on est déjà bien avancé. Le camp sera déjà opérationnel au mois de mai. Next slide, please. Donc, Séguéla, c'est effectivement centre-ouest du pays. On a fait l'acquisition en avril 2019 de permis de Newcrest pour un montant de 20 millions de dollars. Les différents permis couvrent 363 km². On peut y accéder par route. Éventuellement, il y a un aéroport aussi qui est en train de se faire réparer. C'est à 200 km nord-ouest de Yamoussoukro. Et vous voyez qu'on mentionne le fait que la ligne électrique passe directement sur le projet. On n'a pas besoin non plus de déplacer des populations. Les villages les plus proches sont à quelques kilomètres du projet. Vous voyez également dans le carré bleu le NPV à 268 millions et le taux de rendement sur l'investissement à 66%. Le permis a été obtenu en décembre 2020 et on dit que la décision de construction va être en première moitié 2021. Et comme je disais, on a fait déjà beaucoup de travaux préliminaires. Et on voit simplement sur la carte comment c'est situé. Alors, next slide, please. Donc ici, vous avez dans le fond, la partie d'en haut montre le développement de Yaramoko. Celle du bas, c'est le timeline au niveau de Séguéla. Et on dit le plus important là-dedans, évidemment, First Gold Pour, on espère d'ici juin-juillet de l'année prochaine. Et voilà. Donc, next slide, please. Alors ici, vous avez les chiffres au niveau de la production. On dit que dans les 3 premières années, une moyenne de production à 143 000 onces, à un coût de production de coût complet, 600 $ de l'once, ce qui est vraiment un excellent coût. Puis vous voyez ici, dans les carrés jaunes, la production totale, 841 000 onces, avec une production moyenne de 103 000 onces. Maintenant, c'est déjà en train de changer puisque au moment où on a fait ces calculs-là, la fosse de Koula n'était pas encore entrée dans le projet. Next slide, please. Donc, ici, on parle du profil minier, disons le plan minier. On voit que les premières années sont plus riches en production, mais on a vraiment confiance qu'avec l'addition des nouvelles ressources et réserves qu'on a fait récemment, puis le potentiel, on pense que le profil de production va changer pour que au niveau des années de 3 à 8 et les suivantes, qu'on ait vraiment une production vraiment intéressante. Next slide, please. Donc ici, je vais quand même, je vais passer rapidement sur ici on voit les fausses qui sont déjà identifiées et le fait qu'on a d'autres, on a beaucoup d'autres cibles qui sont encore à voir. Donc on avait 4 fausses au départ lorsqu'on a présenté le projet. On a rajouté celle de Kula. Et on a encore presque une trentaine de cibles encore dans lesquelles on doit faire du forage dans les mois à venir. Le permis d'exploitation qu'on a obtenu couvre 350 km². Donc, c'est vraiment intéressant à ce niveau-là. Next slide, please. Alors, ici, compte tenu du temps, je ne vais pas trop me passer de temps sur chacune des fausses. S'il y a des questions spécifiques, évidemment, vous serez les bienvenus de les poser. Antenna, c'est la fausse principale, avec plus de 600 000 onces dans cette fosse-là. C'est un projet à ciel ouvert au niveau de Séguéla. Next slide, please. Ici, vous voyez la fosse ancien, encore avec près de 300 000 onces, avec beaucoup de haute teneur, comme vous pouvez le constater sur la diapo. Next slide, please. Oh, on a previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. No, you have to go back, please. Previous slide. We missed the Kula one. Again, thank you. No, next slide, please. Kula, yes, thank you. OK, donc, au niveau de Kula, une belle découverte récente, près de 300 000 onces de ressources. Et vraiment un beau potentiel. C'est notre 5e fosse qui a été ajoutée au plan minier. Next slide, please. Donc, Boulder et Agouti, qui sont les deux autres fosses qui font partie du projet. Next slide, please. Donc, on parle ici de ce qui est le potentiel au niveau de l'exploration. Next slide, please. Et donc, ici, on vous parle rapidement de Boussura, qui est donc, vous voyez que c'est complètement, sur la gauche, vous voyez que c'est complètement au sud du Burkina. Et on dit que ça couvre 250 km². Et jusqu'à maintenant, on a vraiment un beau potentiel, beaucoup de haute teneur dans ce permis-là. On est en plein forage présentement. D'ici la fin de l'année, on espère avoir défini le potentiel en termes de quantité d'or au niveau des ressources et réserves. Et puis, on espère qu'on pourra être en demande de permis l'année prochaine pour une nouvelle mine au Burkina. Next slide, please. Donc, ici, vous avez plus de détails sur ce qui a été foré jusqu'à maintenant. Et on dit qu'il y a encore plusieurs foreuses qui sont sur place. Et vous voyez beaucoup de bons résultats avec des hautes teneurs de 11 grammes-tonnes, 26 grammes-tonnes, etc. Donc, très, très beau potentiel au niveau de Boussura. Next slide, please. Et donc, ça, c'est la suite. Ça fait partie également du projet Boussura. Next slide, please. Et donc, ici, on voit le potentiel régional au niveau de Boussura. Pardon. avec différents endroits très intéressants au niveau de la géologie. Et on voit en bas qu'il y a plus de 20 cibles prioritaires qui ont été identifiées. Next slide, please. Donc, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, également un potentiel régional vraiment intéressant. On a les endroits en jaune, c'est les endroits où on a certains permis. Et donc, il n'y a pas seulement ces gars-là, il y a également les 7 autres permis sur lesquels on va travailler prochainement. Alors, next slide, please. Alors, juste pour terminer, dans le fond, vous voyez effectivement la pyramide un peu avec Yaramoko en production au niveau du Burkina, à gauche le Burkina, à droite la Côte d'Ivoire. Au niveau du développement, Séguéla qui est vraiment en construction avec le permis obtenu. Exploration avancée, Boussoura d'un côté, Séguéla régional de l'autre. Et il y a de l'exploration, disons, moins avancée, plus au début de l'exploration pour le Burkina et la Côte d'Ivoire également. Next slide. Voilà, donc, ça conclut ma présentation. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for that very detailed presentation with lots of information very clearly set out. Thank you so much. I actually want to ask a question before I put some of the other questions to you that have come into us. Just having a lot in the portfolio, I was just interested for you to maybe speak about this past year for Rox Gold in terms of COVID and what it has been like and how you have mitigated these unprecedented circumstances. What has it meant for Rox Gold, operating in the region, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire? How has the COVID pandemic impacted your operations? If you can just talk a little bit about that.
All right, Nicole. So I guess, yes, it was a great challenge for us and for all the mining companies, both in Burkina and Côte d'Ivoire. So basically, we've treated the COVID situation very seriously. Right at the beginning, we started to implement the measures, and we started to, as soon as we could, we put our hands on some tests, and we started to do a lot of testing. And at one point, we had some positive cases on site, and we had a lot of contact people that were in isolation. And at the end of the day, we decided to create what we call the Yaramoko Island. So we pretty much put the site in quarantine and made sure that anybody coming in to site, they were COVID-free. They had spent like 14 days in isolation, and that they wouldn't contaminate the rest of the workers. And we basically we closed down the camp with everybody usually going back home or to the villages at night. They stayed on camp, and we're still in that mode. Now we're doing a lot of testing and implementing all the measures that we can to make sure that we have a COVID-free operation. And we were able to do our finalize the production was not jeopardized for last year. We just a bit of delay on some of the development projects, but the production itself, we were able to produce at the top of our bracket production targets. So it's we're dealing with it very seriously and continuing to implement all the required measures.
obviously it'll be, this is a long-term matter, perhaps not going to be finished in 2021. I just want to jump ahead just to a few more questions, if you don't mind, Eric, if you have some time. So one of the questions is, mining activities are often invasive. What measures does your company put in place around engagement with the communities that you're working in? And obviously, 2 different countries. So I'm interested to know, across the different regions, countries that you're in, how does that differ? Where is it the same?
Well, I mean, for us, to be engaged with the local population is crucial. We do that right at the beginning. We're doing it right now in Côte d'Ivoire, even before constructing the mine. In Yaramoko, I have to say that it's a success story because really we've engaged with the population right at the beginning, and we did a lot of training. Most of the plant operators are young people from Bagassi, the village just beside the mine. So the plant operators and also our security guards, most of them are from the local village, the local population, and so we've done a lot of communication. We have a really serious community development, community investment programs that we do. But personally, I think that the training aspect and the fact that we're able to employ so many of the young people from the surrounding villages, I think that's it's part of our huge success and communication, I guess, also.
We had somebody from Senegal on Wednesday who's also a woman in mining. So I think just a next question, do you engage in any programs, particularly for women's upliftment, empowerment in terms of your CSR? If there's anything you want to comment on that?
Specifically as far as women are concerned, on the community side, we are kind of targeting some specific, we have specific targets, which is health, water, and women and youth. So we do have some projects with women associations that are there, they are making, some of them are making soap. There's also some other venues or production that they are doing. As far as the company itself is concerned, or the employees, I should say, as far as our employees are concerned, we're trying to give the women that are working with us, we're trying to give them as many opportunities as we can. And for example, we've modified or gave some improvements on the breastfeeding policy. There's a breastfeeding hours that is built in the labor code, and we've done some improvement on that because we know that it's not easy to do that if the young lady is on site and her baby is not in the near village. We've done some accommodation on that. So we're trying to be best employer as we can for women.
Eric, as well, another question for you. Obviously, that last slide actually showed very clearly you know, where you're at the progression with the different aspects of the projects, both in Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire. One of the questions what was asked here is, what would Rox Gold be looking at any other territories currently? Would a country like Nigeria be interesting for Rox Gold? Any assets here would be interesting for you guys?
All right. So yeah, the answer to that is that we are quite open to new opportunities. Doesn't have to be only in French West Africa. We've been looking at projects, I would say, all over the place, in Africa and outside. We have a vice president that is in charge of the development, and he's quite busy. But obviously, we want to find some projects that are the right size in the right jurisdiction, and but we are most definitely open to other places on the planet.
So much, Eric. Thanks for your time. We're going to move through to our next presentation. Eric, if you are around and can do just a wrap up right at the end, it'll be nice. There were one or two more questions that we can put forward, so please stay with us if you can. Moving on to our next presenter in the session, our final presentation today. It's the Didy Gold project in Guinea that will be presented by Dr. Serine Dieng, General Manager of Birima Gold Resources Consulting. And I'll just introduce our speaker before he takes the mic. He is a Senior Consulting Geologist, General Manager of Birima Gold Resources Consulting. Mr. Dieng is graduated with a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Structural Geology and Exploration Geochemistry from Queen's University, Kingston, Ontario, Canada in 2012. In addition, he's obtained a master's degree in Mineral Exploration from Queen's University in 2006. Mr. Dieng is a qualified person and member of the AUSIMM. He has for over 22 years experiences on many aspects of mineral exploration, from project generation to deposit definition, and has managed many exploration programs in West Africa. Without much further ado, Ms. Dr. Dieng, are you there with us? You can unmute, please. We can't hear you yet. Are you there?
Yes. Okay, do you hear me now? All right. I can hear you too. Did you hear me?
Can hear you. We can hear you. It's good.
You. So I'm very happy to be here today to present the Didy project that belongs to Alamoko Corporation International, a mining company in Guinea. And the Didy project is a fairly grassroots. Hello.
See you. We can see you. We can hear you. Please go on.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I'm very happy to be here today to present the Didy project in Guinea. This is a fairly early grassroots project, but with a good potential for a multi-million ounce gold discovery. So this project belongs to Alamoko Corporation, which is a mining corporation in Guinea, and the potential is for geometry partnership or total acquisition. So I'm very happy to present you this project today. Thank you. All right, so here we are. So the Didy Gold project, Sigiri, Guinea, West Africa, high potential for high grade gold, multi-million ounce gold deposit with a potential for alluvial gold mining and hard rock gold exploration. So next slide, please. So the Didy project is here, located in the northwest side of Guinea, near the main gold deposit in Guinea, which is the Sigiri mine, operated by Anglo Gold Ashanti. So the easiest way to access the project is from Bamako. We have 200-kilometer good road from Bamako. It takes you only 3 hours to access to the project from Bamako. And from Conakry, you know, it's very hard to, it's gonna take you 12 hours to get to the project. Okay, so the Didy project is sitting here, just about 15 kilometers from the main gold deposit, the Sigiri gold deposit in Guinea. So next slide, please. So there is both hard rock and alluvial potential in this permit. We have 75 square kilometer exploration license guaranteed to Almoco Corporation International. So the permit is valid for 1 more year, but renewable for 2 consecutive terms of 3 years each. So we have 6 years ago of validity for this exploration permit. And within the boundary of this exploration permit, we have a mining ease. This is an alluvial gold deposit. The permit is about 4 square kilometer mining license, which is 3 months ago guaranteed to Almoco Corporation International. So the permit is valid for 5 more years and renewable 2 consecutive terms of 5 years. So this project belongs to Almoco Corporation International. This is a Guinean mining exploration and mining company focused on mining and project development in Conakry. So we will try in this presentation to show you the potential for the alluvium gold deposit and the hard rock gold exploration that sit here in this permit. Thank you. And next slide, please. So the permit is, so this is the Didy Palo Placer. So we have a long story of alluvium gold mining along this Palo Placer. There is a lot of gold business along this Palo Placer. Next slide, please. And we did a technical study along this Palo Placer using pits, recovering gold, and calculating the gold reserve along this Palo Placer, and have now a business plan for operating this deposit. Next slide. So this is a mineral reserve estimate within this Palo Placer. So the average gold clad we have calculated from this placer is about 0.82 gram per ton, with a gold resource of about 4.45 tons of gold containing in this Palo Placer. So the total reserve for the gold along this Palo Placer is about 4 tons of gold, or 129,000 ounces. Now, for a daily
production of about 2.8 thousand tons of ore, we can recover 56 kilo of gold every month, or 2 kilo of gold every day, by using semi-industrial method. So next slide, please. So in terms of environmental and social impact, so we have low impact in the environment or social aspect, and this environmental and social study has been done, approved by the Ministry of Mines of Guinea, and the feasibility study also is completed and approved by the government. So the license has been guaranteed to Alamogo. Next slide. So this is the business plan with respect to the feasibility study Alamogo have completed in this alluvial gold mine. So for the mine life has been calculated for 6 years with respect to the annual production and the capacity of 2.8 thousand tons of ore. So the total reserve is about 129,000 ounces for an annual production of 21.5 thousand ounces on a mine life of 6 years. So for a daily production of 2.8 thousand tons of ore per day with 2 teams of 8 hours, an average grade of 0.8 gram per ton, we can come up with an annual revenue of $24 million every year, totalizing $207 million for the mine life for 6 years, with a gold price we take averaging $1.6 thousand. And we know actually the gold price is much more higher than that. So meaning that the project is much more profitable with this actual gold price. So if we take off all the government taxes, including the area taxes, the production taxes, the local fund taxes, and the operating cost, which has been calculated at about $3 million, the depreciation, we can come up with an annual taxable benefit of about $26 million to $29 million, totalizing $171 million for the mine life. And if you take the corporate taxes, this is about 30% in Guinea, and the extraction taxes, we come up with about $17.8 million to $19.6 million every year for the mine life. The total is $114 million for the mine life. So the capex, which is the investment, is calculated at about $9 million, including $5 million for equipment and machinery, something like that, and a working capital of about $2.9 million. Concession fees that is paid to Alamogo is about $565,000. So we can come up with a net cash flow of about $17 million every year, 17 to 16.7 million every year, that totalize $103 million for the mine life, for only an initial investment of about $9 million. So for some economical parameter, for net present value of 8% discount rate, we come up with $16 million to $10 million for every year during the mine life. And the net present value is about $70 million, and the internal rate of return is about 196%. The internal rate of return is high because this is a low investment that can generate high profit. An initial investment of $9 million to operate this deposit, and we came up at the end of the day, at the end of the life of mine, with a profit, a net profit after paying all the taxes to $103 million. All right. Next slide, please. So, in conclusion, we can say that the alluvial gold deposit in Didy license extends about 5 kilometers. The feasibility study has been completed. The environmental impact study has been completed, and we have a 43101 report completed for this alluvial gold deposit. And the mine permit has been delivered to Alamoko, 5-year, valid and renewable for 2 consecutive terms of 5 years. So we have 15 years of validity of this mining permit, owned by Alamoko at 100%. So the conclusion of the feasibility study demonstrates that we have 4 tons containing free gold mineralization in shallow gravel levels that can be extracted easily. We can recover 56 tons of gold every month for a daily capacity of 2.8 thousand tons of ore. If we have more equipment, more investment, we can increase the daily capacity of production, and at the same way also we can increase the daily or the monthly gold recovery from this deposit. So the mine life revenue is about $207 million with a net cash flow for the mine life of $110 million. The net present value for 8% discount rate is about $70 million with an internal rate of return of about 196%, which is very high, meaning that this project is very economic and very profitable. So the payback period is about 6 months, meaning that if you invest your money in 6 months, you will get back to your investment, and everything else is like profit. So this is a low investment, high profit gold deposit. In terms of social relationship, Alamoko have an excellent relation with local community and public authority. So the deposit also is free from any local exploitation at this present time. So we all know that Guinea is a secure country. Guinea is politically and socially stable. So this is a country that can be easy for investors to come and invest because their investment will be secure. And we have highly experienced technicians and engineers who can operate this operation. So this is about the alluvium gold mine in Guinea for the Didy project that belong to Alamoko Corporation International, which is free for partnership or for total acquisition. Along with, we have a regional exploration gold project, and which has also a very good potential for a multi-million ounce gold discovery. Next slide, we will show you the exploration potential for this project. So So outside the boundary of the alluvial deposit, we have here a 75 square kilometer of exploration permit. So there is so many works that has been done so far in this permit, starting from thermite geochemistry, RAB drilling, Didy drilling, trenching, that led to the demarcation of three main target, namely D1, DD2, and DD3. And each of these target has a potential for discovery. So the first round DD drilling and RAB drilling outline a large and economic gold intercept. And the style of mineralization we see here is very similar to the mineralization we have at the nearby Sigiri gold mine. So let's see how DD1 looks like in terms of mineralization and potential. So next slide. Okay, so this is DD1. DD1 project. In your left, you see the surface map of Didy with the gold structure interpretation and intercept we have from Didy drilling, trenching, and gold value we have from outcrop. So here we have over 1 kilometer of high thermite anomaly here that contains this structure here in pink. And here we have an intercept of about 19 meter over 2.7 gram per ton. So you can see in section here. And the whole stop in the mineralization. And here we have 3 meter over 2.7 gram per ton. And here we have 24 over 3.6 gram per ton. And along the same structure, we have a beautiful outcrops that give so many high gold grade, including 21 gram per ton to 8 gram per ton. This is the DD1 structure where we have unusual high gold grade associated with altered structure, a well-defined structure that we can map in drill core and in outcrop. Note that the gold grade here is unusually very high, comparing to the nearby Sigiri gold mine, where the gold grade is, the average gold grade is about 1 gram per ton. Here we have over 2.5 gram per ton of gold grade associated with this structure. So in terms of potential, we have a very high potential containing where we have hit the gold mineralization over 700 meter here. So go to next slide. In terms of potential, we have 800,000 ounces potential containing in the 700 meter where we have hit the gold mineralization at about 2.8 gram per ton, but it will take more drilling to confirm this potential, to turn this potential into a reserve. And using the actual gold price, we can have about $1.5 billion of gold potential sitting here. And in terms of exploration, turning this potential into reserve, we almost could need $3 million over 2 years, drilling this structure to turn this potential into a reserve. If this potential of 300,000 ounces is confirmed, it can make a deposit where you can mine it for 5 years with an annual production of 106,000 ounces. This can be very, very possible and very economic. So this is a potential for DD1. And we go to next slide, we will see DD2. So for DD2, early RAP drilling over this northwest striking gold anomaly hit the mineralization at about 34 meter at 0.7 gram per ton, including 9 meter at 1.1 gram per ton, 18 meter at about 0.7 gram, 0.5 gram per ton, and 6 meter at about 1.5 gram per ton. So this is early indication of the presence of the structure. The structure is here, and we understand it now from this drilling. Now this target need more drilling to follow up this structure along strike. And from termite anomaly, we can follow this structure over 2 kilometers. So there is a potential for drilling, a potential for discovering a gold structure which is similar in grade to the Sigiri gold mine. This is exactly the kind of grade we can have at the Sigiri gold mine, an average of 1 gram per ton. So we have a potential of 1 million ounces here if we can confirm this potential over 2 kilometers. So a potential of $1.8 billion, and this target are drilling to turn this potential into a reserve. Right?
Donc, nous pouvons également transformer le potentiel là. Au travers.
Next slide, please.
C'est important. Le partage suivant.
Next. All right. So this is DD3, and we have done some drilling here, but you see the anomaly is standing over 3 kilometers, and early RAP drilling shows that we can have some high-grade gold mineralization associated with this anomaly here, and some outcrop sampling return very good value, including 5.9 gram per ton. So this area also need more drilling for discovering additional mineralization that can confirm the potential of this target. Next slide, please. So, and so in conclusion, we have 75 square kilometers of exploration license near the Sigiri gold mine, and we have seen that we have DD1, DD2, DD3 with potential for discovery and for extending what we have now to make an economic deposit. So we have extensive drilling, sampling, mapping, and high-grade gold value discovered at DD2 that can lead to a discovery, a potential of multi-million ounce discovery, unusual high gold associated with DD1 compared to what we have in this area. So we are actually at one more step drilling the street target to convert this potential into reserve that can be mined with benefit. So this project, from my point of view, need $5 million for 3-year exploration to define something that can be economic. Next slide, please. So this is what it takes for the hard rock. We have this license which belong 100% to Alamoko Corporation, and 75 square kilometer drilling, RAP drilling, diamond drilling done, geochemistry completed. We have an 4101 independent technical report completed for this exploration pyramid, and the potential is over 1 million ounces potential. All right, so we have a target that have high gold rate, which is very good. So Alamoko is looking for joint partnership or total acquisition. For a joint partnership, Alamoko is looking for 70% for the partner and 30% for Alamoko, with an concession fees or entry ticket of about $500,000. For a total acquisition, partner will pay $20 million that can be negotiated with 2.5 royalty for Alamoko. For the alluvium gold mine, which belong 100% to Alamoko, and the surface area is about 4 kilometers. Independent feasibility study completed, 4111 available for consultation. Environmental study completed, and the mining lease is valid for the next 15 years. So Alamoko is looking for joint partnership with sharing 6%, 40%, 6% for the partner and 40% for the owner, and with an entry ticket of about $700,000. So for a total acquisition, Alamoko is asking $12.5 million that can be negotiated between the two parties, plus a royalty of 2.5% for Alamoko. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you very much for this, for your attention, and looking forward for your question and suggestion. So for more information, you can go to Alamoko website. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dieng, for that clear outline of the opportunity that is Didy Gold Project. I'd like to share a question with you that you can answer. Is the company planning to go public in a bid to attract a large investor base? Or is it a case where the company intends to advance assets to near feasibility and then sell on? What is the exit strategy? That was the question, if you can answer that.
Can you?
Shall I repeat? Let me repeat the question. Is the company planning to go public in a bid to attract a large investor base? Or is it a case where the company intends to advance assets to near feasibility and then sell on? What is the exit strategy, generally speaking?
Presently, the company is not looking for going public. The company is mainly looking for partner to develop this project. Partnership, joint in or total acquisition.
I just want to put another question that I asked Eric as well, just to get a perspective of this. Can you hear me now? Great. To ask you the same question that I put to Eric earlier around this past year. What has the reality of the pandemic? What the reality? Are there any new realities that you have had to face in the last year? How have you adapted to the pandemic and the environment that it has created in terms of the progression of what you're doing?
Yeah, he was a great challenge for Alamaco to manage the pandemic and continue working in their project in Chile. So a lot of procedure and have been taken by Alamaco to make sure that people come to work safely and go back home safely without spreading the disease with the worker. So so many strategy has been taken by Alamaco in their project to make sure that we can contain this pandemic. We're working with, living with, taking all our taking everything that need to make sure that the pandemic will not be spreading into this area there.
Thank you. Just want to check if our other speakers are still around, that we can bring them on. We have Musa, Diba Basari, Sam, couldn't join us. We have Eric and Dr. Dieng, who's just been speaking with us. Are they with us? There's everybody. Great. Thank you to all of you for your contributions this morning. Much appreciated, and also a lot of information there. So just for our audience that are on the, have got the app, and for anyone that tunes in later, those presentations, that information will be available, not just today, but definitely for the next while. So if you have the app, you will be able to access anything that you've missed in terms of the presentation, because there was a lot of information from each of you in your slides, including contact information as well. So before we go, I just want to put a question. It had come through during actually Eric's presentation, but I think it's something maybe to ask everybody on the panel, and whoever wants to respond can respond. The question was around the region and working in West Africa specifically with security concerns for companies to advance the exploration activities and production activities in a climate of, in certain places, obviously not everywhere, but in certain areas there is instability or security risks. And that just reminds me of the first presentation where, you know, Senegal being a very stable country, but in other parts of the region, there is perhaps not that sense of security. So the question was around how do you mitigate around security issues, security risks, and safety for the projects and for those that are working on the projects. Eric? Go ahead, Eric. I see you want to.
You want me to go ahead and try to answer that?
Here? Okay, let's start with Eric, because I saw that he started talking. We'll unmute you, Eric. Go ahead.
Okay, it looks unmuted from my perspective. Anyways, so the security issues are a big concern for us, especially in Burkina Faso at the moment. You know, we've been sitting down with government, trying to figure out how to improve the situation. It has been a big challenge in some parts of the country, up north and in the east especially, and to the point where in some region of the countries, it's quite it's almost impossible to do exploration. So we've on ourselves we've had to renounce three permits, three exploration permits that we had northeast of the country, and that's quite unfortunate. I know that the government, they're doing their best. They've had some victories, I'd say, over the jihadists, but it's quite difficult. And where we, for example, in Boussura, we need to be accompanied by the gendarme, have a strong security force presence. So we are, you know, that we keep our employees safe. But it's quite a challenge. Here in Côte d'Ivoire, it's there's the problem is much less intense, I guess, but it is a big concern for us.
Does anyone else want to make a comment on the issue of security and mitigating the risks around security issues in the region?
Yeah. Hello, Nicole.
Hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. As Eric is saying, what is happening in Côte d'Ivoire is exactly what is happening in Senegal. Around the border between Senegal and Mali, the government is putting, you know, security. Even the army is going there now. They are putting more gendarmes, and as you know, is very permeable. People are coming from Guinea, from Mali into Senegal because of ECOWAS. You know, ECOWAS condition. You can go everywhere, and we are receiving plenty in Senegal, plenty of illegal miners. You know, they are very Burkinabe people. They are very experienced, Malian very experienced. The Senegalese are not experienced, but they are helping them to set up. And now the government is reinforcing the force, the gendarme, just to monitor them. And in Senegal, also you have to have a ID card to do like they said, artisanal mining is authorized, but you have to be authorized, have a card. You know, they are really monitoring with the presence of army around the border. They are really handling the issues, but they know there is a risk. That's why they put more people, more gendarmes, more posts around the border. That's why we don't have yet any issues. They are trying to just to keep the area safe.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Dr. Jiang, any words to say on the matter?
Yes, like Musa said, happening in Guinea. Government are not managing any effort to make sure that the mining area in Sigiri stays safe. But so far, there is no major security issue like we see in Côte d'Ivoire or in Burkina Faso. Guinea is generally very secure, and we have the army everywhere around the border, making sure that security is something that we can, security is there. So I think in Guinea, Guinea is one of the most secure countries in West Africa, along with Senegal and something like that.
Thank you for that, and thank you to all our panelists and speakers today for your contribution and your time. We've come to the end of our session. Just again to remind those that are tuning in, and if you've come in late, you will be able to access the information, the presentations, through our YouTube channel where all the recordings will be placed, and also through the app in terms of accessing the presentations later after the session today. We're going to sign out now for our middle of the day session to come back much later this evening. So join us at 7 p.m. West Africa time for our last final session and the wrap-up of Gold Week Africa. It's going to be a very interesting, fresh session coming up, at the end of the day. That is Gold and Girls, discussions with millennials and Gen Z about gold and jewelry, so taking it to the youth. And then we'll have our Gold Week wrap-up after that. So stay tuned and come back at 7 p.m. Nigeria time. Thank you so much, and thank you to our speakers again.
Bye now.
and welcome back to Gold Week Africa. It's our final session, and we're going to wrap up the week. Before we wrap up, we've got an interesting session ahead. It's the voices of the next generation, girls and gold. Millennials and Gen Z discuss everything gold, jewelry, wealth, investment.
Hello, and welcome back to Lagos Love Gold at Gold Week Africa. My name is Catherine Sutherland, and I'm particularly excited to introduce this next section on girls and gold. And we'll be having candid conversations with young professional women, and I would like to say non-gold experts, so this is a bit different, around gold and what it means to us. And to kick us off, I'd like to introduce our guests today. I'm joined by three lovely ladies: Zara Talib, the founder of Alec Collective; Anita Odegwe, who is a brand communication specialist; and Lolade Olubi, a wealth creation enthusiast. Welcome, ladies. Morning. So I'd like to start us off, please, with Anita. And this is going to be a question to the entire panel. Can you tell us a bit about your relationship with gold?
Okay, so I'd like to say that I'm a Gen Z and still a baby. So I'm still starting my life, and I know how expensive getting real gold is. So it's like an aspirational relationship. I may have one, and I probably got it from someone as a gift. It's not if I spent my money, because I know how expensive it is. After removing salary, transportation, feeding, I still stay at home, so I don't have to think of rent. Then I now remove a huge chunk, let's say 100K from it. So it's not something I want to get into now. Probably when I have gone up the ladder in my career a little bit, then I tell in original gold, and you say, oh, because it's expensive, let me just buy it. Then 2 weeks into using it, you're seeing those green patches and all of that. So I'll probably want to educate myself more before I can say I want to build a relationship with gold. So
I dare say we can all share similar sentiments here.
When I was younger, my mom, she gave us gold pieces, but we never really knew the value of it. So we'll go to church, throw it away, come back home, get in trouble type of thing. So she just stopped dressing us in like real gold. And then so once we got to like 18, 19, 20, we started to get those necklaces and stuff again. But to me, I think it's always been something that, like Anita said, I aspire to invest in, but it wasn't something that
And Lola, I know you can bring a little bit of a different perspective, so I'd love to hear from you about your relationship with gold as well.
I mean, it's not much different from what the ladies have said, like what Zara said of, our mothers like giving us jewelry to wear, and then we'll come back home without them and get in trouble. That's everyone's story, really. But my relationship with gold started like really early. You will see pictures of me at like 6 months, and my mom had jewelry all over me. Like I had gold earrings, I had bracelets, I had rings, and I look back at those pictures and I thought it was ridiculous. But for her, she knew like this was me adorning my daughter in like really expensive pieces. And for the longest time, I didn't think much of it. But as I get older now, I see the value, and I'm starting to think, okay, she knew what she was doing, and I probably should look into this and try and get into it. So that's really what the relationship is like. It's been there from the beginning, but now we're starting to appreciate it.
I think a lot of us have that one baby picture with a bracelet. Nice. So lovely. And Zara, I'd love to come back to you and just talk a bit about how your education around gold has kind of evolved over time. Have you seen perhaps in this part of your, 20s perhaps, where have you self-educated? Have you been taught a bit more about gold from your peers, from your family, from friends?
Yeah, so I can say in the last 5 years, my education on fine jewelry and gold has definitely increased. I think it first started with jewelry, with the whole Bella Nigeria weddings and learning about weddings. And I was like, okay, so how much is a ring? Because I was like, okay, a ring should be like $200. And then I look it up and I was like, oh, okay. So like learning about diamonds, learning about rings, and then getting into gold, and then getting into like the investment side of gold. And so I think within the last 2 years, I've started to just read a bit more about investing in gold and ways to invest in gold. So just basically teaching myself, because this wasn't necessarily anything that I was taught or anything that I learned in school. So I've just definitely, yeah, I've taught myself a bit more within the last maybe 2 to 3 years.
Very interesting. And similarly, Anita, when we look at how young people kind of understand or perceive gold or the value of gold, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Do you think we have a common understanding of gold as something valuable?
So first off, when we hear about gold, we hear expensive. We hear thousands, 100,000s of naira and all of that, and we're like, oh, is this something we want to try out now? And the whole talking about gold, and so I had a conversation with a couple of my friends, and we're asking ourselves, does gold appreciate, or does it just stay the way it is? We don't know this. So we're always online, and we are being educated more about cryptocurrency than gold. We have people putting up trainings, free trainings, paid trainings, and all of that, but we don't see people talking about how you can make money from investing in gold. Probably if someone comes, or if people come to these channels, we're the digital age, we're always online. So if you can find us on these channels and say, okay guys, I want to talk to you about the value of investing in gold. This is how you can make money long term and all of that. Just come to where you can find us and we'll be there, we'll be willing to listen. Just speak it in our language, really.
We'll be there waiting for you. And lovely, I'd like to come back to Lola on that because I think, how you've honed your understanding of wealth creation over time, that can really give us some insights into the role and place of gold, perhaps. So could you just tell us why gold is more than a fashion statement?
Right. I mean, as I said, my understanding of gold really started from my mother. So I think what was interesting for me was my mother had 7 kids and she was a single mother, right? And she would say things like, the kids are going for summer, so I'm going to go sell gold. And I didn't get it. Like, I was like, how are you selling gold to make, your kids travel? Like, how does that work? But that's because it had value. And I do think when she was acquiring these pieces, she knew that it was going to appreciate, it was going to bring value to her. So it wasn't just buying gold because I want to look nice when I'm going to a party this weekend. It was buying gold because I was storing my money in it. And at some point, I could cash out on this and use it for something even bigger. And it ranges from traveling to different things. And it wasn't because she was in a tight spot she was doing that, but she was intentional about it. That was where she was going to store her value. And it makes sense. So when you think about it, and especially because in my grown age, my way of investing is really unconventional. I don't like the conventional means. I like when I hear something interesting. And it's like, is gold interesting enough? Is that where we're going to put our money? Is it going to, appreciate? Is it going to give us the value we want? And I think that's what my understanding is getting to, because I've gotten to a point where I'm looking into investing in gold. Like, how do I invest in gold? That has never been, my trajectory or what I thought will happen, but now I'm looking at it that way. So I think it's a coming of age thing.
It's funny how something in a previous generation was so conventional or was the norm and now can be seen as something somewhat unconventional. It's very, very interesting. And I'd like to come to you, Zara, perhaps speaking on that. What do you think are the key differences between that previous generation and us that are affecting the way we see gold differently?
I would just say we're broke. I think our generation, we're in a tight place where we don't necessarily have the privileges that our parents had when it comes to things like, we're in school longer. It takes us a bit longer to get into our careers. We have to pay rent. We have all these different bills that we have to pay that our parents may not have had to pay at the time. And then also inflation and different things like that cost of living is a bit ridiculous now. So those are also things that we consider before we think about investing in gold. Something that's it's not top of my priority at the moment. But I think the difference was that their parents had it around, and it was, very it was available. Whereas, you know, we don't necessarily have that. And then we have too many, we have Forever 21, we have Zara, we have all this cheap jewelry. And so we rather just spend $20 now and look good now as opposed to like spending $2,000 and how many times am I really going to wear this big gold necklace with the bangles? You know, how many times am I really going to wear those things? So I'd rather just, well, not anymore. But at the time, I used to think like, okay.
Our eyes educates our mind on what we want to buy. So it has to be like I said, it has to be minimalist. Like it's so important. We don't want stress. The weather is hot. You can't be carrying chunky pieces all over and all of that. So the aesthetics has to be important. In particular about aesthetics, look at our Instagram feeds for crying out loud. Everything has to look a certain way. It has to look perfect. So the shape, the textures, the colors you use, are you using dark tones? Are you using soft tones? Do you have a reason for this design? We like stories. You need to tell us the story behind this, and it has to be deep. We are deep people. So all of this goes into the design process, and also it goes further than the design of the pieces. So I think packaging is also one thing again. The design that comes with packaging. I want to look at this package and feel like I have money. I want to feel like, oh, I spent money on this even before opening the pieces. We keep our boxes, we save them, look at it and say, oh, okay, I spent money on this and I want to look at this. So it goes beyond
Designing for us, we're bound to get a design that appeals to us.
And Zara, are you quite excited, perhaps looking inwards now at the African continent and brands here and their creativity as well? Because I know also our generation is very interested in perhaps the global as well. Global brands catch our eyes, catch our attention, especially with technology connecting us everywhere now. How would you speak to African brands in particular and what they're doing perhaps in the jewelry space?
Sadly enough, I'm not too aware of what the African brands are doing in the jewelry space, and I'm not sure as to why that is. I mean, I'm very aware of what everyone else is doing, especially in America and Italy, but I don't know if we really have that, if the light is really shining on Africa as much as it should as far as jewelry making, and well, I guess for the millennials and Gen Z, if there are any designers here that are kind of advertising to us and, you know, targeting us. So I'm not too familiar with what's going on, and I want to do a bit more digging and gain more understanding and knowledge on, okay, what's available in the market that is appealing to me.
And I'd like to now take us back a little bit more. Coming here, you know, I had to have a conversation with my mom and ask her about her relationship with jewelry. And, you know, I asked her that around my age, how did you view gold? You know, did you feel like you had a confidence in understanding the value of gold and what that meant for you? And she said, look, Catherine, it was even before I got married, I knew about gold. And why? And she mentioned particularly weddings. So I wanted to talk a bit about weddings and the place of gold at weddings now. And she said there's an expectation that you actually get as part of your bridal gifts, you know, perhaps from the family, a gift in the form of gold. Do we still have that expectation now? Lola, perhaps. Anyone that wants to jump on that?
You know what's funny? I had this kind of conversation with my mom. I was like, when you're asking for my bride price, I don't want jewelry. I don't want gold. I want Chanel bags and all of that. Like, you know, so our taste has changed, but I don't think it'll ever stop being a thing because the older generation is always going to want to push that value on you. So whether you like it or not, you're getting gold. Like it's coming to you. So our taste has changed, but we have to make room for gold. We do.
Yeah, give me gold in a Chanel bag. Yeah.
Give me options. Oh, amazing. I mean, looking forward, do you think that perhaps by the time the education seeps through, you know, we'd be able to kind of demand gold the way our mothers did? Anita, perhaps.
So, probably. I'll go back to cryptocurrency. It was a new thing at some point, and we got the education we needed and we accepted it with our whole heart. So I think that if we're giving enough education on gold, investing in gold, and it's spoken to us in the right language, and you try to tie it to our personalities, you have to make me see myself in that gold brand. You can't just tell me, oh, your parents used to do this. What's my business? I need to know how me being a young person, how stepping into a place would make people. I want to make a social statement, but a very silent one. So how will gold help me do that? In the future, when I need my money, will I be able to cash out quickly? Will I be able to cash out enough? So if this education is being communicated in the right way, I think that we'll be willing to accept it.
I think, Anita, you said something really important. Basically, seeing someone like me talking about these things, and it makes me think about women and talking about investing in gold as opposed to investing in gold jewelry. I think my only understanding initially was that, oh, the only way to invest in gold was just through jewelry. But I want to know a bit more about ETFs. I want to know about, the technical side of investing in gold. And I think if more women like ourselves and like just more women in general talk about these things openly, and stylish women and women that we kind of admire, if they discuss these things a bit more, then I think the demand will definitely increase amongst our generation.
I think that's really interesting. I see perhaps two kind of perspectives here, which is number one, it needs to be more than just an investment and it needs to kind of appeal. And then on the other hand, perhaps we need to be educated enough to see it as just an investment. Lola, I would love to know where you stand on that too.
See, for both cases, it's really the entry level cost, and I think that's what's made us like shy away from it. I do think the education is out there, but it's one of those things you attain to, so you don't think too much about it. I honestly think you can do both. I think it depends on the kind of person you are. Some people are never going to wear jewelry, but you're saying gold has value and it appreciates. So, okay, how do I invest in it and how do I buy, the actual gold? And then some people are like, okay, I like jewelry, so I'm going to buy gold. And that way, in a few years, if I want to trade it in, because there are people that trade in their pieces because it's outdated. So if I want to trade it in, I can trade it in, I can get money for it, or I can get something better for it. So I think it can appeal to almost everybody. So even if you're not wearing jewelry and you don't like jewelry and you just wear a stud every day, you can think about investing in it. But it's really the entry level cost that I think holds us back and also sets us apart from the generations before us.
It's really interesting hearing that, and I think reflecting on some things we've seen here at Gold Week Africa. We've seen even some people that are kind of disrupting the space and making gold very accessible by way of digital channels. And I think there was one particular organization that's looking at allowing people buy perhaps portions of gold. I don't know if that's a technical term, but the way you can own a portion of a Bitcoin, for example, you can own a portion of a couple of grams of gold or something like that. So I think I would love to know how important or what the role of technology would be here, perhaps as both a communication channel, but also in terms of disrupting the space. Perhaps I'll turn to Anita on that because you shared some very interesting pointers on communication channels.
Okay, so I think I can speak on the communication part. So at the beginning, I had said that our generation is very visual. We like to see ourselves in the brand. And first off, if you want to sell to a Gen Z or a millennial, you need to thoroughly understand the consumer insight. You need to know what we like. You need to know our values, where you can find us. So you have Instagram, Facebook, probably not. Then maybe Twitter. Some people use Pinterest too. So this is where you can find us. So you have to find a way to communicate. Now, we like brands that are human. So you say Anita likes minimalist jewelry. Okay, I think I know Anita and I want to buy because Anita is someone I can relate to. Use videos to tell your brand story. You tell us how you went to source your materials. We want to see it. Want to know that you sourced this gold materials the right way, you didn't steal it. So all of these processes are important. And sometimes our generation also like to be a part of the whole custom making process. So you can tell us you have this, but you can also tell us, oh, you can add this charm to the jewelry, you can change the color, do you want us to mix the color? So digital media helps you communicate this very well. So even if we are unable to purchase, because sometimes you can't even trust these brands online, you want to go to their stores, but the digital media is like the first step. You need to convince us. You need to sound like us. So I think that's very important. Be in our shoes when you want to sell to us. That's really it.
So how important would you say is creativity, Zara, for the modern gold jewelry brand, for example?
Um, I guess I would ask, like, in what sense?
Not just in design, but in terms of marketing, across the board.
So so in addition to all the communication aspects that Anita mentioned, okay, so once I've seen you on Instagram, once I've stalked you for a while, I want to be able to, just open up an app, click everything that I want, and then just know that it's coming to my house like tomorrow. So I want, like, fast, efficient. I don't want to have to go to the store if I don't need to. I don't want to look at a catalog like a book. I want to be able to have everything at my fingertips. So that's just.
And Lola, I'd love to hear from you as well on that.
I think it's more of the visual marketing, as you said, like we're visual generation. So if we're on social media and we see things constantly, I kind of want to see what that's about. If I see you wearing um, bracelets or something. I want to see what that's about. You're telling me stories about, oh, you invested in gold and you bought like an ounce of gold and it's now this. I'm like, I want more of that. So we're very like communal. We like to do what other people are doing. We like to do what we can see. So I think brands and the gold community has to appeal to that.
I mean, I think everything you ladies have shared is definitely very doable for any brand. And it makes me think, looking forward now, do we think that gold is going to peak in its popularity amongst younger ladies?
I think so. I've noticed a huge surge, especially on Instagram, of like gold dainty pieces being in, but they're not pure gold. They're gold plated or, gold plated on brass, and I'm allergic to brass. So, I mean, I think if certain pure gold jewelry makers were to kind of adapt their communication style and their themes, it would definitely blow.
What do you ladies think?
So I think that we still have the older generation handling the gold markets. Really, probably they can take on mentors or mentees rather, or something. Just teach them the right way, places to get this. So I think that the reason why our younger generation are still selling this gold-plated jewelry is because they don't know where to get these materials from. Probably if they could meet someone who knows this whole process, someone who has been in the business for a very long time, they could merge ideas and create. So I think that collaboration is very important. Someone has this background and you have this creativity and you merge, come together and create a big brand. I think it will make it easy for everybody, really.
And how about you, Lola?
I don't think gold is going to peak. Like, I do think there's room. I think as we amass wealth, there will be more people in the space. There will be people that would like to take it on. I think brands, again, will get more creative on how they can make it affordable. And this is both in the investing and jewelry side of things. So I think it will adapt. As time goes on, no matter what you're dealing in, you kind of have to adapt. And I think gold will have to adapt. They will have to find a way to make it more affordable. And I don't think gold wants to be mainstream. So that's the other thing we're forgetting. So it's not for everyone. So we can't ignore that. But there will be people, as we amass wealth, there'll be people that will continue to support it.
Lovely. I want to talk a bit about accessibility now, because I think there's a misconception perhaps about how women can actually access gold jewelry. Even talking to you three as well, I think that's where we can see a lot of opportunity, for example, with digital channels and internet making information available to us. Um, Traditionally, when I think about going to buy gold or going to purchase gold, I think about having to go to a market, for example. I don't even think I know where any gold jewelry market is in Lagos. I think of the north as well. Now, why do you think that is? Why is it that although we are so connected, we are somewhat disconnected from what is going on in perhaps the brick and mortar market physical space?
Um, I'm not sure I have a proper answer for that. So, these guys that sell the actual gold are like local artisans. They don't really know anything about coming onto the digital space to market to us. And we are lazy people. We don't want to go that far too. So we have to find a way. We have to meet each other halfway and probably, I don't know, it's like a very, very confusing state for us because they don't want to come. We don't want to go. So we just stay in our area and manage the accessories that we have. And so
Or the accessories that perhaps individuals bring to us to come and sell based on relationships?
But that also has to do with social circles and, class. And you would be introduced to those things if your mother's friends, they still do those types of things. But if you're not in that social class, like Lolade said, gold doesn't necessarily want to be for everyone. Gold probably doesn't want to be accessible to everyone. So it's more of an exclusive type of thing. And so I think meeting new people could also be another entry point to, gain access into the gold market and learning about jewelry and gold and all those different things. So I think it's just kind of where we position ourselves in society.
I think just to follow up on that point, I once saw like this bracelet set I really liked. And the first thing I did was call my mom, and I was like, "It looked like this, and it looked like this, and it looked like this." We understand that it's not a market that is mainstream. It's not out there. It's not accessible. But the thing about it is, they are people. So some people have seen that gap, and they have decided. I know people that would like little stud earrings that are pure gold, and I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity and start something out of it. So there are young women that are going into the business of selling jewelry because there's that gap, between the artisans that are making it and you, the end consumer.
There seems to be a lot of opportunity. Perhaps, I don't know if networks is the right word, but even just other services that can kind of go around gold, like you said, whether it's education, whether it's this kind of mentorship concept. I mean, what else can kind of better support the growth and the popularity of gold, would you say?
pricing.
Yeah, I was going to say loans, financing.
Finances, yes, money.
Let's talk more about that.
I mean, you see luxury brands like they would. I don't know if it's just like an American thing because they have a credit market, but you see luxury brands tell you you can pay over time because they understand that it's a huge purchase. It's like when you buy a car, you do like car financing. I just think when it comes to gold, I mean, you will see a few sellers that'll tell you because they have a personal relationship with you that you can pay me over time. However, it needs to be more of a norm because it's not something you generally can pay for at once. And I think Zara said this earlier. We wear it like in our generation, we're going to wear this necklace like once. So I understand that I'm buying something that is valuable and will appreciate over time, but it's such a huge outlay of cash that it's better, if we can find something to structure it over time.
And I think even that requires like a whole system change around just credit and all of that as well. And it would be very interesting to see how, trends change over time, even from a government perspective with relation to that as well. Um, Another thing that was standing out also is this idea of options. We live in a world full of so many options, whether it's for investment, whether it's for jewelry, and fashion. I mean, we're being attacked by options all the time the minute we put on our phones. How can a brand almost crawl through this? I want to say it's not a place of war, but how can they kind of, work in this space that's so competitive?
Very saturated markets, right? So, like I said, it's not just only about the design of your product, it's the total brand experience. So it goes from the design of your jewelry to your logo, your brand proposition. What are you selling to me? How are your customer experience representatives talking to these people that are purchasing it? How fast is your delivery time? Do I get notes? Because I know please do I'm not sure I'm pronouncing this Hermes bag or something. You get like a certificate or something when you buy it. So if I get like a very good experience with your brand, I can decide to be loyal. So people are designing crazy and amazing things. Okay, so let's use the iPhone for an example now. iPhone is not selling functionality, let's be frank, because there are Android phones that can do better. But the fact that they have good design and it gives you that exclusive feeling. Oh, when you have an iPhone with you, you feel like, oh, you've actually achieved a little bit. That's for my generation. I don't know about yours. So it's the whole feeling that comes with your brand, being associated with the brand. If brands can be able to tap into that, I think that they'll be able to stand out and keep loyal customers that can even help you spread the word too.
So it's really about the overall experience.
Well,
And value is not.
no, I would say it depends on who the brand is appealing to, because what I like may not be what Anita likes. And so you as a brand, you don't have to do what we both like. You can just do what, find your niche. Yeah, find your target audience, target market, and just stick to that. Because people like myself, we're looking for a certain thing, and I don't want too many options. I want to know that this is what you do, and it's what you do all the time.
But ultimately, though, can we say that we do want a bit of a more, perhaps not sophisticated, but just a better experience? Because we're an experiential generation. So perhaps when we buy, that needs to now be done in a way that's a bit more interesting or appealing to us.
Sure.
Right. I don't want my studs delivered to me in a Ziploc bag. Like
Even though you know that it's, 24 carats. No, that's amazing. I mean, when you reflect on African brands and you reflect on the brand experience that they give you, I mean, are you quite optimistic about that?
I think this generation is learning that. I mean, I don't think our parents would have cared if 24 carats came in a Ziploc bag. But I think people understand that packaging is everything now, and the way you deliver it, the way you go about it. I think Anita said this earlier about we want to know you're human. It's one of those things. So when you're thinking of a commercial or an advert, like what is going to connect me to it? So I think that's really where it comes from. Just appeal to your audience. Again, not everyone's your audience, but whoever's your audience, you have to appeal to them. And the packaging matters.
Okay, so ladies, I'm going to ask you personally now, looking forward. What role will gold play in your life? If you don't mind sharing, do you think it's going to be just for the sake of jewelry and fashion? Do you see it more as an investment right now, perhaps after this whole week? We've shared different perspectives. What do you think will be the role and place of gold in the future for you?
So, I mean, I've already started investing in like gold, but I think to be a bit more true to myself, I'll start investing in more gold jewelry because I think I will see. I like to use my investments as opposed to just leaving them in a locker or a chamber somewhere. So I think I'll move a bit more into investing in gold jewelry and wearing it more than once a year. So.
And how about you, Anita?
So I'm really bad with jewelry. I know I can misplace even the most expensive one. So I prefer to just invest in it and let it just be there. And when I'm ready, I can get my money and all of that. So I think I'll just invest in it. Let it stay there.
Yes. And you, Lola?
I think it'll be a bit of both. Like there's value in both ends of it. The fashion jewelry of it, as long as it appeals to what we like, the minimalist design, definitely, and investing in gold as an appreciating investment is also important. So when you're creating your portfolio, gold is something that should always be in there. And just as a woman, you do want jewelry to adorn yourself with, and you will want it to be real priceless and things that can appreciate over time, as opposed to just spending money on things that doesn't have a future and you can't cash out on it in the future.
And how do you, how do you determine that? How do you know, if a particular gold product would essentially tick all of those boxes?
I think essentially when you think about gold on its own, that the value appreciates, like it's what we understand it to do. So you know that it is going to appreciate. You just want to make sure you're not investing in, for example, if it's the fashion jewelry, you want to make sure it's something that is going to be timeless. You want to know it's something that in 10 years there'll still be demand for this piece. So it's not just, a lot of things go into you selecting a piece of jewelry. You don't want to select it just because it's now, and I think we apply that even when we buy clothes. It's like, I'm going to buy this, but can I wear it in like 4 years, or am I going to have to toss it out tomorrow? And that's the thing with costume jewelry. A lot of those designs, you don't know if it's going to be here in like 5 years, so you don't mind spending a couple of dollars on that, as opposed to gold where it's a timeless piece and the design and all of that.
Thank you three so much. Lola, thank you. Zara, thank you. Anita, thank you. This has been so wonderful, so educational, and I really, really appreciate your time.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you all so much for watching, and enjoy the rest of the week. Bye.
Bye, thanks.
That was a fresh session and very, very interesting to hear what the youth are saying about gold, Nere. So we've come to the end of our journey. Gold Week Africa has happened. We're wrapping up. We've had a full schedule, a lot of surprises. We've had visitors. We've had people tuning in virtually. How's it been for you, Nere?
It's been a very interesting week. I think I found myself going between moderating and trying to moderate, but actually just soaking in and learning. It's just been a week of education. Even for us who think we're in the value chain, we've just been learning and soaking it up, so it's been wonderful.
And Nere, we've had information sessions ranging from the gold value chain. We had a jewelry day, a full day of jewelry. We spoke about gold as money, wealth, investment. We had information sessions on gold mining projects, updates and opportunities. We even looked at gold and digital. We've really crossed the entire spectrum of the value chain. What for you has been a big takeaway?
I think for me the big takeaway is just how much opportunity and yes, how much opportunity there really is, but also how much has already been solved. By the time you hear the jewelers talking about looking for gold that, provenance, due diligence, gold that has a story for the jewelry, then you hear Awima, women in mining, already having those stories and having those minds, and women who are mining, and it just dovetails so well. And then by the time you're seeing some of the issues we're having in, should I say, the future or present to future in terms of the logistics for gold and the things people want now for gold, seeing that the fintech industry has solved these problems, even the crypto industry has solved these problems, just how connected everything really was. And seeing that what gold had been waiting for, at least in West Africa, was to go from being just stuck as a mining commodity to beginning to talk and open up and say, how does gold fit in everything? So I'm just really excited to see that. It wasn't the plan to just see how literally there's just been this thread weaving through, almost like every session was planned despite the interruptions.
Absolutely. I think it's been lots of information, so much learning, and I think for people that have been tuning in and following what we've been doing this week, perhaps the opening up of a conversation, and as you said, looking at gold in a new way. It's not just something that people are mining, but it's also an opportunity. There are business opportunities. Anyone can get involved. It doesn't matter your age or generation. But I think also what I've liked a lot is that, what we've been doing, we're connecting things from the past to the present to the future. Even with the beautiful art gallery that we have here at Lagos Love Gold, that we've been taking this exhibition through to Kano, Burkina Faso, Senegal, where we're talking about Mansa Musa, we're talking about gold in the ancient times in this region, and then bringing it forward and then looking ahead to the future. I think that's super exciting.
Very, very exciting. Also, just like you said, seeing how some disruptions happen, like with the weather in the US, some speakers there, with the power outage, travel. But like we said, even with those disruptions, everything just woven like a beautiful tapestry, like it was planned that way.
It's been a beautiful gold journey for the last few months. We started this journey in 2020. We had COVID obviously disrupting a lot of plans, but we forged on. And I think to see everything coming together from Kano through here ending in Lagos has been also a very good story. And let's see what the future brings, Neri. There's been a lot of people involved in the journey. And we wouldn't be here having this conversation on gold and everything gold without many different people, many different voices and perspectives. So I think we definitely want to thank, at the end of this Gold Week, quite a few of those people that were involved.
Yes, I mean, since you mentioned Kano through, I'm looking at our wall here, and we had Kano in August. I'm just thinking how crazy it was. We were in Kano in August 2020, Ouaga in October 2020, Dakar in December, and ending now in Lagos in February. So many people to thank through all those cities. I think in Kano, we had the Emirate Council, we had the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, Ado Bayero Mall. Oh, we're going to get in trouble if we try and name everyone. In Ouaga, we had as well the Ministry of Mines, the jewelry industry, Samao. Yes, let's leave it be and just maybe focus on this series. We've thanked everyone there, but really, this would not have happened without the collaboration of so many people. We have our collaborators on the website that have collaborated even beyond this session. Sadi Washington, the artist, Kelechi Odu, Abiola Fasehu, Moyo Gunseinde, Kolade Akpata, Perez. Yep. We're going to get in trouble. We are. So let's focus on thanking the speakers.
Let's thank the speakers. We had about over 45 speakers this week at Gold Week Africa, so I'm just going to start by thanking speakers, starting with the Minister of Mines and Steel Development of Nigeria. Thank you so much. Abiola Fashion from the USA, Aida Diop, Senegal, Anita Udegbu, Nigeria, Bochoko Kabekile, Botswana, Catherine Sutherland in Nigeria, Charles Betts, UK, Chris Powell, USA, Chris Marcus, USA, Dion Dalton Bridges, Australia, Edward Johnson in the UK.
Emefa Cole, Ghana, UK, Frank Mugweni, Uganda, Hadiza Garbati, Nigeria, Hajia Hafsat, Nigeria, Inonge Mwene, Denmark, Zambia, Jale Rosenkratz, Kenya, Tanzania, Kristen and Kofi Essel, USA, Ghana, Labi Akapo, South Africa, Laure Nassau, the UN, Lola Fenhest, Nigeria and France, Lolade Olubi, Nigeria,
Mohammed Elelu Bashir, Nigeria, Mazi Odu, Nigeria, Melanie Eddy, UK, Bermuda, Monica Gichui, Kenya, Moyo Ogunsenda, Nigeria, Nere Miko, Nigeria, Nicole Yembra, Nigeria, Nima Odonui, Nigeria, Ni Omojola, Nigeria, Umi Dio, Senegal, Rian van der Westhuizen, Nigeria.
Nicole Smith, South Africa. Shagun Lawson, Nigeria, Tekena Koko, Nigeria, Tim Toku, Nigeria, Vanya Leles, UK, Wumba Akapo, South Africa, Zera Talib, Nigeria, Musa Diba Basari, Eric Gratton, Dr. Dieng, Sam Tokono, a friend called Bolaji, we also really want to thank our team.
Yeah.
How do we thank our team? How can we? How do
How
we
can we?
explain what this has taken? And the team is looking at us with funny faces. But we really have to thank our team. I think people look at this and they can't understand how this came together. This came together because we just had a group of very dedicated people. They just believed in seeing the gold value chain be unlocked, lots of travel, lots of sacrifice with family, and we don't take that for granted. We say thank you, thank you, thank you to the team, to the media team as well. Thank you. Any other thank yous that we should say?
Thanks to Wings for hosting us here in Lagos, perhaps.
Yes. We're very grateful to Wings. Wings has been amazing. I think also the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. They've really they were with us in Kano, with us in Waga, and here. Thank you to the ministry and also for their sponsorship of the opening night cocktail.
Thank you so much. It's been a beautiful week.
So we're wrapping up and saying goodbye for Gold Week Africa. However, Lagos Love Gold, the exhibition is here and ongoing. It goes through March 5th. You could catch us here 10 a.m. through 7 p.m. every day. Come check out the paintings. There's an auction actually happening. You could buy art as well. You could buy some of the paintings you see, bid for them. You could buy gold. You could buy silver. Even gifts through the Trans-Sahara trade. So we look forward to seeing you for the next, I think, 2 more weeks.
And if you can't get here, catch us on our webpage, goldwestafrica.com. We're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook. Talk to us, tell us what you're looking for. How can we help you, connect you into the gold value chain? Share with us your thoughts, comments, concerns, ideas. Anything gold, we're interested.
Bye.
Bye.